outbreak of COVID-19. The flight is among several humanitarian flights mounted by the national carrier with the support of the Kenyan government to bring back home Kenyans who are stranded across different parts of the world.
In China for the last 5 years, I did not go there for business. I went there as a teacher, like majority of the Kenyans who have been stuck there. Schools have not returned even today. They have not resumed. Because we teach the small kids, and the only schools which have resumed are colleges, universities, and high schools.
I'm so happy because we have been quarantined for like 4 months, some of us 4 months, some of us 5 months. Not doing any job, not doing any business. We are just at home, doing nothing.
So we are happy that they've been able to come because we had to arrange this flight in very challenging circumstances.
The travel expenses for some of those who landed in the country on Sunday were met by Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko, who paid 10 air tickets for their flights from China.
I'm one of the people who are able to be evacuated or brought back from China by His Excellency Governor Sonko. And I want to take this opportunity to say my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to him.
I'm part of the team that Governor Sonko, you were kind enough to pay for us our air flight and also pay for us our quarantine. We are so very grateful because it's been a very hard time for us.
This coming as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs disclosed that a total of 744 people have been evacuated into the country, noting that out of the 62 people facilitated from London, 54 were Kenyans. In the meantime, Nairobi Metropolitan Health Workers have said they will be joining other health workers on the 18th of May for an industrial action if the government will not have addressed their demands. Led by the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers Secretary Tom Nakada, the group asked the Ministry of Health to harmonize allowances of all health workers who are currently in the front line fighting COVID-19.
We fully support the forthcoming industrial action, because the employer and our respective government, they are not heeding to what they are supposed to. They are allowing discrimination to continue. They are allowing to expose our members. And this one must come to an end. And we say this.
The ultimatum coming even as Nyandarua woman representative Faith Gitau decried open defiance of government regulations on COVID-19 by members of the public. The lawmaker charged that failure by majority of citizens to don face masks and embrace hygiene during this moment of outbreak will expose many to the contagion.
Naomba serikali itokee, itupatie hizi masks, ipatie wale watu wamechaguliwa masks ndio waweze kudistribute na huku kwa mashamba, kwa sababu ni watu wengi sana wako hawana mask.
Beatrice Gatonyengetich, Channel 1 News.
Calls for Christians to remain steadfast as the nation battles coronavirus pandemic dominated Fifth Easter Sunday church services with members of the clergy emphasizing on the need to hold on to hope. During the services, the clergy called on the nation not to stigmatize those infected with the virus and instead support them on their way to recovery. The members of the clergy encouraged parents to await government directives on the reopening of schools, saying the safety and health of children should come first.
As millions of Christians followed Sunday services from the confines of their homes, owing to the risk posed by COVID-19 disease, the clergy, through their Sunday sermons broadcasted live, called for the nation to avoid stigmatizing those found positive of the virus, but instead offer them support to enhance the recovery.
But rather welcome them in our families and communities with love.
At Holy Family Basilica, Kenyans would be urged not to shy away from mass testing.
We also appeal to you to accept being tested. It is for your well-being. Let us also support those among us in need of food, clothing, and even shelter. We continue to urge all of us to continue observing the guidelines given to us by the Ministry of Health.
At the same time, parents were urged to take advantage of closure of schools to inculcate values into their children, to enable them grow into being responsible citizens.
Indeed, we would like our children to go back to school at the earliest opportunity. But dear parents, let us not forget that our children's health and safety comes first. Let us wait for directives from those managing the situation, and only take our children to school when it will be safe for them and for the academic staff and our staff in our institutions.
At All Saints Cathedral, Provost Sami Wainaina, who drew the day's preaching from the book of Ephesians, chapter 2, verse 1 to 10 on kindness and humility, reminded those in despair of Christ's love during these trying times and urged Christians to cling on hope.
You can continue to enjoy God's salvation. For those who have never known the Lord Jesus Christ, or they knew but backslided and went away from his grace, he's still beckoning you to come and receive the power of his salvation. And that's what saves you from eternal death. The greatest tragedy is not to die. It is actually to die eternally and to be condemned. John says that he never came to condemn us. He came to save us. As we sing our meditation hymn, consider your life. Make a decision this morning. Kneel at your living room, and we'll pray with you this morning, either to dedicate yourself, either to return to God, or entirely surrender your life to Jesus Christ.
For Channel 1 News, I'm Gladys Mungai.
The role a mother plays in her children's life is undeniable. Despite challenges she may face, she will rarely allow her children to see her pain. But the journey towards nurturing her children is never easy. As the world marked Mother's Day Sunday, Channel 1's Caroline Kamau visited Lunga Lunga slums and highlights the challenging yet inspiring story of a mother who almost gave up in life but found strength in her children.
Now, the pride of any woman is to be able to take care of her children. But what happens when, for one reason or another, she cannot be able to do that? As we celebrate Mother's Day today, I take a look at the challenges of one such woman as she struggles to take care of her 4 children single-handedly. This modest one-roomed house is home to Sarah Kavere and her children. She traveled from Western Kenya to Nairobi in search of a better future for herself and her children.
Nilitoka nyumbani 2009 nikakuja Nairobi kufanya kazi ya house girl uko Rongai. Nikakaa uko Rongai, nikaona hiyo mshahara hainisaidii. Ilikuwa 3K. Nilianza na mshahara wa 3K.
During this time, her children were living separately with her various relatives. Due to frustrations, she decided to take her then 3 children home to her maternal grandmother. After doing various odd jobs, she would meet a good Samaritan. After sharing her story and struggles, the man asked her to bring her children to Nairobi, promising to help her enroll them in school.
Alichukua ngiri 5,000 akanipatia. Akaniambia hizi pesa uende ununue uniform, kila kitu ya watoto. Alafu utafute shule mahali wanaweza enda. Yenyewe nilifanya vile huyo mdozi aliniambia. Nikaenda kuuliza shule iko hapa St. Elizabeth. Wakaniambia haina shida, niingize watoto.
She was employed as a house help in his family home, but this too did not last.
Ilifika mahali nikagonjeka tu homa. Hasa vile niligonjeka homa, huyo mama akaniambia niende hosi. Nikaenda hosi, akanipea 1,000, nikaenda hosi. Akaniambia ni sawa, enda kwa nyumba nitakupigia simu ile siku utakuja kazini. Nikamwambia ni sawa. Nikakuja hapa. Kukaa hapa, sasa nikajua Monday ninaenda kazini. Hasa kufika Sunday usiku, akanipigia simu karibu saa 3, akaniambia usiingie kazi, bwanangu amekata.
Another job came calling. A relationship with a man who promised to take care of her and her children seemed like her silver lining.
Tumekaa na huyo mwanaume, akafika mahali Akasema hapana, mimi siwezi lea watoto wako, hata mimi nataka mtoto wangu. Nikaambia wewe mwanaume haina shida, kama nikuzaa nitazaa. Enyewe nikashika mimba ya huyu mtoto. Vile nilishika boli ya huyu mtoto, huyo mwanaume alinionyesha maneno, vituko. Anaenda saa zingine hata alipi nyumba, madeni, amekopa pesa za wenyewe, na akafanya nini, na akaenda, na nikaachana naye kabisa.
She hit rock bottom.
Sasa maisha imekuwa ngumu, sina mbele wala nyuma, nimekaa tu ninaparara, nimekaa tu kama kashosho, hata mtu akiniangalia sifai. Sifai kabisa. Hapo mahali hata nilikuwa ninalala, mtu anaweza fikiria huyu mtu analala, lakini usiku silali. Ile nafikiria tu niende kwa kaburi, afadhali niache watoto.
And just when she thought she had seen it all, her family would be hit by ill health.
17 ikifika mwezi wa 8, ugonjwa ilikuja kwa hii nyumba. Ugonjwa ilikuja kwa hii nyumba. Mpaka nilikuwa nashangaa, ni nini mbaya? Nimekosea Mungu nini? Huyu ndiye alianza, akaanza tu tumbo inaniuma, after tumbo kichwa. Mtoto sasa akaanza kukonda kama kitu kingine, na hapo sasa sina kazi, sina mbele wala nyuma.
With her health and that of her children restored, she went into self-employment and things were looking up until Kenya reported her first case of COVID-19.
Sasa vile ilifika wakati wa corona imeingia, hasa biashara sasa ikaanza kukuja sasa kidogo. Ukipika hiyo mandazi hakuna makastoma. Wenye watafanya nini? Wenye watanunua. Mtu anakuambia sina pesa, nikopeshe. Ukikopesha mtu, nawe kwa nyumba utakula nini? Na watoto wanataka kula, nyumba wenyewe inataka kulipwa.
Thanks to the KBC newsroom family, her children will have something to eat, a bait for a few days, but other bills are still pending.
Hata saa hii ile madeni niko nayo ni Mungu anajua. Hata landlord ametoka hapa, ananidai karibu 7,000.
Despite her struggles, her children say their mother is the best thing that ever happened to them. If she had the money, her daughter Sharon says she would build her mother a home.
Zile challenges zenye ana face, unaweza muona ni mwanamke, but ako na ile nguvu na strength ya kuguide na kuonyesha hii kitu kifanya utaachieve.
Kevin hopes God gives his mother life to continue guiding him and his siblings through life.
Napenda mama yangu sana. Yeye ndiye amefanya hadi nikafika mahali niko saa hii. So nampenda na nafurahi anasherehekea Mother's Day leo. So naomba Mungu ampe maisha marefu.
For this family, it is their love for each other that binds them together, with Sarah calling on all mothers to brave the journey of life for the sake of their children.
Despite her struggles, Sarah Kavere's children give her the strength to fight on with life. For her children, she is the pillar that holds them together. To all mothers in this country, from me to you, it's Happy Mother's Day. Reporting from Kingston, Lunga, my name is Caroline Kamau.
As the world was caught up in celebrating Mother's Day, many fathers who have assumed this role may have been left out. Channel 1's Safina Cheng shares the plight of Nicholas Awat, a father of 3 who has been forced to take up the responsibility of raising his 2-month-old twins single-handedly after losing their mom at childbirth. He now has to juggle between earning a living and playing a special role as a mother.
Nicholas Ouma Awat is a father of 3. He welcomes us to his single-roomed house in Kariobangi, North Nairobi. We meet Talia and Tamara, his last-born twins, who are 2 months old. At their tender age, ordinarily they would be in the care of their mother. But today, as the world is celebrating Mother's Day, their mother is no more. Still new into this world, the babies have had to adjust to being nurtured by their father, who is now assuming their mother's role. Nicholas lost his wife at childbirth. 2 months ago, his wife was due to deliver these bubbly twins. Nicholas was excited to welcome the new members of his young family. Little did he know that his wife will not be there long enough to see her babies.
Nikaenda theater, nikapata daktari hapo. Sasa akanielezea, akaniambia watoto wako sawa, lakini mama ndiye hakumeka. Kitu ya kwanza yenye nilifikiria, nilisema ili hata watoto wangeenda, lakini yeye abaki. Unaona, juu nikijiangalia nilikuwa sema nitasurviveaje na watoto.
Taking up his wife's responsibilities while still mourning her was unexpected and would forever alter the course of his life.
Lazima wewe ndio ufanye. Wewe ndio baba, wewe ndio mama. Sasa niko napika chai, ni mtani understand. Then nachemsha maji, napanguza watoto. Then wachemsha hiyo maziwa yao, nawapatia, nawabadilisha. Sasa ilikuwa ngumu. Ilikuwa ngumu kabisa, lakini sasa ilikuwa inabidi.
On a day when the world was celebrating mothers, Nicholas says the loss of his wife has made him understand that being a mom comes with a great sacrifice.
Chenye nimeona Pumwani, naweza tu advise watu, kama uko na wife, mpatie heshima. Chenye wamama wanapitia, mimi nakwambia saa hii, sijui kama itatoka kwa akili yangu.
Adjusting to this new life has not been easy, and he appreciates those who have stood by him, even as he still struggles to come to terms with this harsh reality.
Kiamka asubuhi lazima umwaze. Lazima. Juu asubuhi ni mtu alikuwa na mka 5, anafanya vitu zake za nyumba. Sasa hizo mimi lazima nifanye. Juu at least watoto pia wakue kwa environment yenye iko safi.
Nicholas now has to juggle between domestic chores and his tailoring job, which he says has been affected by the outbreak of coronavirus. His desire is to get a job that can earn him a stable income to enable him fend for his family.
At least kuna wale good Samaritan wamejaribu kunisaidia na maziwa nini, lakini hiyo hatafanya milele. Lazima life ya watoto iendelee. So lazima nirudi kazi. Sasa hizi pia hiyo kazi hakuna. Sasa tu kama naweza pata support ama kama mtu anaweza nipatia kazi sahihi, at least hawa watoto nione nibadilishe maisha yao.
Today, he was lucky to get a group of well-wishers from Luak Girls Alumni Group who donated foodstuffs and other household items.
Nikikumbuka penye mama yao alipitia, siwezi waachilia. Lazima at least wa grow. Siku moja nitawapigia story.
The story of Nicholas represents the plight of thousands of Kenyans who are beating all odds to survive each and every day. On a special day like Mother's Day today, it is significant to remember even those who are surviving without mothers, families with single parents who are being raised under such unique circumstances. For Channel 1 News from Kariobangi North in Nairobi, I'm Safin Acheng Ouma.
We have come to the end of Good Morning Kenya News Briefs, but coming up next is In the Headlines.
And we begin with the People's Daily this morning, the front page of the People's Daily this Monday morning. Uhuru summons senators as purge looms. There's an image of some of the senators allied to the Jubilee Party there, but it continues to say that Deputy President William Ruto allies on the spot as, I beg your pardon, actually these are images of the senators allied to the Deputy President, but still of the Jubilee Party. So the Deputy President William Ruto allies on the spot as President Mills House leadership changes to reward loyalists. KANU amid mounting tension in Jubilee Party. This story has been fleshed out in page 5. We'll be getting to that in a bit. Still on the front page, we have abducted Italian aid worker. This Italian worker who was abducted over 2 years ago, that was in 2018, she has been freed. So Silvia Romano, 24, breathes air of freedom after over 1 1 year plus or year of captivity in Somalia. So she was abducted in 2018, but now she's been freed. Still on the front page, we have state warns rogue hoteliers. Remember, the hoteliers, people in restaurants, at least could breathe a sigh of relief because they were allowed to reopen, but there were measures and guidelines that had been put in place for them to reopen. But now it looks like they had been violating that. Again, this story has also been well fleshed out from page 3 all to page 8. I will be getting into that also in a bit. We also have the numbers where we stand as a country, and as of now we stand at 672 confirmed cases here in Kenya, with 239 recovered, 32 deaths, and this is after 23 new cases were confirmed yesterday, which brought the number to 672. It has also well spelled out how those numbers have been distributed across different counties, where 12 are from Mombasa, 6 from Manyara, 4 from Nairobi, and 1 from Kajiado. So far the country has tested over 32,000 total samples, and this is how they've gotten those numbers. Why Tanzania poses threat to neighbors in coronavirus fight. So we'll see more of that inside the paper. But now to a story that was on the front page of the paper. This is in regards to the Italian aid worker. This is Silvia Romano. So it says the header reads that Italian returns home after year in captivity. And so after spending 1 year, 5 months and 10 days in captivity at a known location in Somalia, Silvia Romano, the Italian aid worker kidnapped at the Kenyan coast in November 2018, must have felt like a baby because over 1 year plus just being abducted was not easy for her. So now at least she was released, and again this article has also really indicated the reasons why she was abducted and how she was able to be found and to be released from her abductors, where she's been there for close to 1.5 years plus since she was abducted in 2018. Now, anxiety dampens Mother's Day spirit. Yesterday was Mother's Day, but it looks like people weren't able to celebrate as how they were used to celebrating this Mother's Day. So yesterday was Mother's Day yesterday was Mother's Day like no other, as Kenyans continue to observe social distancing due to COVID-19. And so unlike previous years, when the event is marked with traditions such as surprise breakfast in bed for mothers, flowers and family outings, people had come up with innovative ways to make the day special, while others felt they had no reason to even celebrate it. Remember, we are now living during the coronavirus pandemic time, and so a number of activities have been minimized. And this Mother's Day, people had to come up with innovative ways to celebrate it, because then you couldn't be taking your mothers out to for lunch like how it used to be. So again, that article has also well spelled out some of the innovative ways that Kenyans employed to help celebrate their mothers during the Mother's Day, which was yesterday. KPA top manager, wife face 214 million Kenyan shillings fraud charge. And if you just thought we were done with matters to do with corruption in the country, well, it seems not. So Kenya Ports Authority General Manager, Finance, Patrick Kumbugu Nyoike, his wife, brother, and 2 others will be charged with defrauding the company. This is the Kenya Ports Authority company. So this is the man, together with the wife and the brother. Both of them will be charged with defrauding the company a sum of 214.5 million Kenyan shillings. A time where, as a country, we need more of the money, at least to be channeled in these things that we are facing and issues we are facing as a country. Well, it looks like some are just looting this money. So this was mentioned by the DPP, Nurdin Haji, yesterday, and he said an inquiry into the allegation that KPA made irregular payments. So they made irregular payments to Nyali Capital Limited, a company associated with the man himself, had shown that there is sufficient evidence that an illegality was committed. So an illegality was committed, money was channeled to different platforms, and the 3 of them will be charged. But again, this is a case that will continue to unfold, and see how that unfolds, even as we see what the DPP will have to say in regards to that. Now, moving on to other matters now. So Kenya signs pact to smoke out illicit trade in tobacco. We'll be seeing more about that as we continue unpacking more of what is in the paper this morning.
And remember, you should give us your take on what you think about all these stories. With me, I also have a copy of the Standard newspaper. And on the front page of the Standard, it's all about what is going on within Jubilee. Remember, there is a coalition agreement that is looming. As we talk about Jubilee, there is a letter by the Registrar of Political Parties confirming the coalition agreement between KANU and Jubilee. And on the front page, Jubilee shocker wielding the big stick. Bolstered by a formal coalition with KANU and with other parties in the wings, Uhuru moves to stamp his foot in the Senate with today's State House meeting, as Murathe claims that time is up for majority leaders Murkomen and Kihika. Remember, that is Majority Leader Senator Kipchumba Murkomen and Senator Susan Kihika. And pictured in there, we have a photo of the president and his deputy. And towards the bottom right, we have a photo of the KANU Secretary General Nick Salat. He says, and I quote, "If an opportunity arises, why not? This is a political process, and parties are formed from purposes of getting power. We are not reinventing the wheel." That is on the front page, Jubilee shocker. Still more on that front page, we have at the top of the Standard newspaper, at the top there we have Kenya to borrow massive 823 billion shillings in new budget. Haunting affair. Big Four agenda leads losers as the Treasury denies additional funds to nearly all state agencies with health, agriculture, water, and teachers among the few gainers. The numbers, according to the total budget, 1.8 trillion shillings is recurrent. 50 billion shillings is the development budget, and 316 billion shillings is the one that is given to the counties. And also there we have a chamber equity in 250 shilling billion loans deals with SMEs. That's also on the front page of the Standard newspaper. Low interest rates beneficiaries who must be the KNCCI members to enjoy single-digit interest rates which are below the market lending cost and repayment period of up to 3 years. So we'll be looking at all these stories in a bit. Remember, in terms of the numbers, as I was mentioning earlier, 2.7 trillion shillings is the number. Now, let me unpack the story on Jubilee and KANU, the coalition of these two parties, and how it is going to unfold as time goes. Inside the Standard, we have a full story on that. And at the top, actually, let me start from Uhuru moves to clip wings of Ruto loyalists in Senate. Kipchumba Murkomen and Susan Kihika on the chopping board for fighting ruling party. Fighting is then, quote, Jubilee senators invited to an early morning State House meeting whose agenda was not clear. Now, to just give you a glimpse of this, remember this meeting is going to be held today. So we shall be keeping you up to date in regards to that. Another top, KANU says we formalized relationship with Jubilee eyeing the next level. And according to Nick Salat, he says that it is an open secret that we have been working with Jubilee. You remember that the Jubilee party leader, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, came to our convention in 2017 na tukasema tuko ndani. That is according to Nick Salat himself. So there, Uhuru allies in Senate, Gideon Moi, that is in Baringo, who is also in KANU, that is Senator for Baringo County, Samuel Poficio, in West Pokot, that is in KANU, together with so many allies in the Senate. And they also have Ruto allies in Senate. So it is a tug of war when it comes to allies of Uhuru, according to the Standard, and allies of Ruto. How will this pan out? Well, we shall be finding out in a bit. In regards to the budget, the Kenya to borrow massive 823 billion shillings in the new budget. That story is on page 4 and 5 of the Standard. Kenya digs deeper into debt to fill massive gap in 2.7 trillion shilling budget. With reduced economic activities, the National Treasury has been forced to cut its tax collection target by a staggering 280
and 35 billion shilling, with the resulting deficit being plagued by increased borrowing. The economy is expected to slow down this year, growing at snail pace of 2.8% in the most optimistic forecast as effects of COVID-19 pandemic take hold. How will this turn out? We shall find out as time goes on.
Well, having a look at what is happening on the Star, on the front page, the headline, Uhuru Gideon in a deal to sack DP Ruto allies, right? Let's repeat that. Uhuru Gideon in deal to sack DP Ruto allies. Yeah, they're allies, right? Jubilee, Kanu deposit, post-election pact with parties registrar. Yeah, so Jubilee Kanu deposit post-election pact with parties registrar. Still on the front page, we have a picture of the downpour wreaks havoc in Mombasa County. That is a must look if you're having a look at what is happening on the Star. Now moving on to what they say about Uhuru Ruto Gideon story. Uhuru ejects Ruto men, forms unity government, right? Uhuru rejects Ruto men and forms a unity government. Amongst those targeted were Senators Murkomen and Susan Kihika. President Uhuru Kenyatta is today set to fire key allies of his deputy William Ruto as a separation between the two countries' top leading snowballs into a messy divorce. Doreen?
Right, coming to the Daily Nation this morning. So on the front page of the Daily Nation, looks like this Monday morning, matters to do with politics are really dominating the papers. And on the Daily Nation this morning, day of long knives for Ruto allies. Again, also pictured in is the Deputy President allies, that is the Senator Majority Leader Kipchumba Murkomen, as well as the Senator Majority Whip Susan Kihika. So it continues to say that the Senate Parliamentary Group meeting called by President Kenyatta could strip Deputy President William Ruto's key supporters of leadership role in the House as rift between the two leaders escalates into a major political conflict. How this will turn out, well, only time will tell. Remember that this morning the president is set to meet the senators, so again, we'll see how that will unfold. Now, to matters coronavirus, there's also the image of the health CAS, that is Rashid Aman, and says that concerns as 2 more die at home in Mombasa County. So concerns just being raised of people in Mombasa County and how the number of death cases are rising in that particular county. So coming inside the paper this morning, before we get to unpack more of what was on the front page, there's just an article that the header here is the sacked flower farm workers find footing in warm trade. Remember that during this COVID-19 pandemic time, like we've kept mentioning, people have really been losing their jobs, some being forced to part with half salary. So this article just rightly spells out how the flower farm workers have been finding other ways to make money and make income, seeing that a good number of them also just ended up losing their jobs. There's also another article here that says, here's how you can prepare for a likely job loss. So it continues to say that as COVID-19 continues to disrupt what we considered normal for decades, it is clear that many jobs are at risk of redundancy, forcing many employees out of work, unexpectedly crashing careers and dreams. Again, also this article has well spelled out how you can prepare yourself in case you are faced with that situation where you might have to just lose your job. There's also one here, Narok villagers hail brave woman who stood up to husband's killer. So it says that her brave deeds saved a man's life and protected her property when all hope was lost and her husband's body lay a few meters away. So even as you continue celebrating Mother's Day, so these are just some of the things that women are standing up to do and standing strong. Remember, oftentimes you hear those stories of if the husband dies, the woman has to either be married with the brother or being chased out of a home. But this article, again, really just spells out how this woman was able to stand firm for what was her husband and to get it all. Again, those strengths of a woman, just like we continue celebrating Mother's Day and continue celebrating what women are doing during this generation time.
Now, I would like to touch on the effects of coronavirus, the COVID-19. So we have, in terms of the coronavirus, the COVID-19 pandemic, 23 Kenyans die abroad 191 infected. The state has since evacuated Kenyans in India, China, London, United Arab Emirates, Pakistan, and Egypt. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in the process of evacuating Kenyans in the diaspora on condition that they pay for their own flight. 23 Kenyans in the diaspora have died in the coronavirus pandemic, during this coronavirus pandemic, and this is according to the report by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that was released yesterday. And according to the numbers, we have one of the returnees who said that most of them had to take loans to facilitate their travel, and some had been forced to stay in tiny rooms after they were locked out of their houses due to unpaid rent. That is in regards to that story on the Standard. There are 23 Kenyans die abroad, 191 infected. Let me just touch on still more on how the COVID-19 is affecting how we do things, especially here in the country. We have, in terms of transport, tougher rules for truck drivers as cases rise. The drivers are also supposed to stay in designated hotels and guest rooms henceforth. The Ministry of Education has set up 14 centers where truck drivers will be tested before they start their journey or along the way. And according to the Director of Public Health, Francis Kuria, he said that a COVID-19 certificate does not mean you may not have been infected during the way, along the way. So along the way, you can still be stopped and tested. Tougher rules for truck drivers as cases rise. Now, but still in the transport industry, the matatus are trying to survive, the matatu operators, and we have a full story on that survival. Matatu operators devise ways to stay on the road to remain afloat. With the restrictions of movement into and out of Nairobi and reduction in the number of passengers per trip, matatu operators are recording huge losses. And pictured in there, we have images of different matatus. Molo Line Shuttle Chairman Joroge Bumasu towards the right, and the staff sanitized the cargo that had arrived in Nakuru from Nairobi on May 7th. Now, while some circles are now using their matatus to transport cargo, other drivers are use undesignated routes to circumvent the restriction of movement guidelines. And according to one driver, in Western, there are reports that travelers have managed to sneak past police roadblocks using private cars and disguising themselves as essential service providers, whereas others use porous routes. Well, and according to one matatu owner, actually a 7-seater driver operating a 7-seater matatu, he said, from Kakamega to Nairobi, we are charging 2,000 shillings per person. The money enables us to bribe the police to allow us to pass the roadblocks we normally travel at night. That is according to a driver operating a 7-seater matatu. That's what he claims. And pictured in there, we have, on your screen, police officers who are moving a matatu that had been abandoned in Nakuru Eldoret Highway after a foiled attempt by the driver to move back to the closed terminus in Nakuru town. Well, that's the effect of the COVID-19. But now let me touch on matters to do with health. Did you know that at a time like this, some women may have a problem when it comes to childbirth? On the health pullout, my health pullout on the Senate, we have childbirth in times of COVID-19. Two mothers, one, a COVID-19 patient, share their experiences of giving birth during this period of the pandemic. Childbirth in terms of COVID-19. How is it? Well, there is an image of a mother called Julia with her 2-week-old baby that inside this pullout says, "Welcome to the world, baby, coronavirus and all." Two mothers, one of them are COVID-19 patients, they share their experiences in regards to this crushing, mind-numbing pain. That is how Julia Duarte would describe what her body was going through at the time. Get to read more about that story.
Well, on The Star, we'll have a look at what they call a priority story. says let KCSE candidates reopen fast. That is the Teachers Union. And on that column, we have a picture of KNUT Secretary General Wilson Sosion, and he says the Kenya National Union of Teachers has asked special attention be accorded to candidates reopening to schools. Doreen?
Now, coming back to matters politics, remember, just like Ram had mentioned earlier, that yes, there will be a president will be sitting with senators this morning, but which are some of these senators that might be affected, if I may say? So Murkomen, Kihika face the chop as Uhuru moves to cut off Ruto's allies. It says that Senators Kipchumba Murkomen and Susan Kihika are likely to become the first casualties as the feud between President Kenyatta and his deputy William Ruto boils over and enters Parliament. So the President has summoned a Senate parliamentary group meeting today in which the two lawmakers are expected to be shown the door as the head of state starts taking control of Parliament. So these are the two senators that have just been mentioned in this Daily Nation this morning. So after that meeting, we'll again see how that will turn out. But still sticking with matters politics, talks rife of opposition in new look cabinet, where it says that President Uhuru Kenyatta is set to reorganize his government and make it more cohesive in the wake of increasing frosty relationship with his deputy William Ruto and his troops. So in the looming changes, according to sources in government, the opposition leader Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, the Wiper leader, Musalia Mudavadi, ANC, and Gideon Moi Kanu have separately been approached and have proposed various names for possible appointments. So these leaders have proposed various names for possible appointments, even as the president is trying to reorganize his government. So that is that on matters politics. So let's move to coronavirus and see how it has been panning out. So the painful homecoming for man whose wife died in foreign land. Remember that KQ has really been in a bid to try and bring back Kenyans who've been stuck in different parts of the country due to coronavirus. But this article just says that when the Kenyan Airways flight 205 landed at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport from Mumbai on Thursday evening, so Mr. Joffrey could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The last leg of his journey to bringing his wife home had finally begun. Only not the way he had imagined. He had hoped they would come back walking hand in hand. Instead, he walked out of the plane while his wife's body was pulled out of the cargo end of the aircraft. So the wife's body was pulled out, and the wife had died. So you can imagine how painful that is as you're waiting for your loved one to come home and embrace them, only to find out that they have passed on. Again, also there's a story that was in the People's Daily this morning. This is in regards to the Italian worker Silvia Romano. You can also get your copy and read more of what has been said in regards to this story, how she was able to be rescued and her stay in that specific place in Somalia after she had been abducted for over 1 year plus. Again, I want just to look at one last story this morning before we bring our In the Headline segments to a close. So Manyara villagers out of home after river burst banks. Remember, again, the issue of flood is one that the Met Department is really advising Kenyans to move to safer grounds after almost 190 plus deaths have been recorded due to these flood issues. And also, this is a discussion we'll probably be having this morning to better understand what the government is doing in trying to mitigate the issues of floods. But devastating floods from the swollen river Daua along the Kenyan-Ethiopian border have left several villages in Manyara submerged, hundreds displaced, and crops washed away. Also, areas at risk are residents of Bela, Bulahaji, Neboy, and Shafshay. These are some of the places that, this is along the river, along Dawa area. This is some of the places people might want to consider moving out because, again, of the ongoing rains and the ongoing floods in some parts of the country. So that's that, and that is what brings to a close our In the Headline segment this morning. Remember, we've been sampling out for you what has been making headlines in the Standard, the Daily Nation, the Star, as well as the People's Daily. Plenty more after this break. Stay with us.
Yes. It's a pleasure having you, sir.
On the next episode of Corner.
Tiso, you made me a promise.
But I haven't told anybody anything.
And Binti was asking all sorts of leading questions, which means that someone
and
talked.
Binti anakuanga na macho kama ya mwewe na masikio kama ya mbwa.
Jemo almost raped Jackie.
When?
I was thinking it'll be okay.
I found out that my father is in Patliputra.
How did you get to know about
Acharya
it?
Chanakya told me. But he is not telling me who.
They killed your grandfather, you know. And they set your hut on fire.
I've learned how to please the authority in order to use the power in my favor.
Acharya Chanakya cannot hide the truth in front of Emperor Bindusar. Do you know who my father is?
Yes.
I must tell the truth to His Highness.
All right, and this morning we are shifting gears into discussing matters to do with the Nakada, alcohol use, and specifically the online use or online sale of alcohol during this COVID-19 pandemic. How is it? The rate, according to some information, according to the numbers there, the number of the demand of alcohol during this pandemic has grown, with most people going online to purchase alcohol and being delivered into their homes. But what is the adverse effect? What is the ripple effect of this, especially to our children? Well, this morning we'll be discussing this and much more. I'm joined by the CEO of Nakada, that is Victor Okioma. Karibu sana. And as we have this conversation, remember you can head over to Twitter, tag us at KBC Channel 1, at Nakada Kenya, at Ram Aguko, and the hashtag, as always, is Good Morning Kenya. Well, this discussion starts now. Keep texting, keep tweeting. We are also live on Facebook and on our website at www.kbc.co.ke. So, Mr. Okioma, let's start with an overview of the situation of alcohol consumption during this COVID-19 pandemic, from your perspective as Nakada.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to Kenyans on this matter. As you are aware, when the COVID containment measures were released by government, one of the things that was done was to close the bars. And therefore, you would expect that consumption will automatically go down because the bars are closed.
Yeah.
A number of the entertainment joints also were closed, and therefore, as from our perspective, that was supposed to have brought down the level of consumption.
You would expect that it will go down.
That is what one would expect.
Yeah.
But our observations is different. The observations we have made, and generally the findings that we have made, is that people have devised other ways of accessing their drinks. And the trends in the online, market for alcohol has actually tremendously grown. When you talk to people running wines and spirits shops, they are confessing they have not done that kind of business before. That tells you that, of course, they close the bars, but they are drinking, and one will ask, where are this drinking going on?
Did this come as a surprise for you when you look at how now people started now ordering drinks online, and even we have bars that are still working past the curfew hours?
Yes, that is true. That's true. I would say it came as a surprise to us because when we were expecting that people would go back home and stay home and work from home, bars are not there, and therefore we immediately did not think that this would be the case. But now, from observation, we realize that actually people have shifted the bars to their homes. People are grouping together somewhere. Others are drinking in the bars late after the close hours.
Some have bars inside their homes.
Yeah, some have bars inside their homes. Some are drinking in the vehicles. So really, I would say that the drinking is still going on.
Would you say that the measures put by government, especially when it comes to this, closing down the bars, closing down all these, joints that people go to get alcohol, were the measures null and void, considering the current stand?
I wouldn't say they were null and void. If you figure out that a lot of the entertainment joints that used to attract a number of our young people, they were closed. They are not there. You would find some of these joints attracting in excess of 200-300 young people,
per day
making, they are no longer functioning. A lot of the bars, if you know some of them, you find they are crowd pullers. Very many people gather together in these drinking, joints. And therefore, I would say the closure of bars and entertainment joints has greatly,
it has helped
a great deal. The online sales that we're talking about is really not that much as compared to if, for example, these joints were operating normally. So it's really helped a lot.
Now you've spoken about the minors. And I would like us to touch on that briefly. When one orders alcohol, because now people are going to order these alcoholic drinks online, what will be the ripple effect of this, especially when it comes to minors? And what are the pre-exposing factors that they are considering that all these ordered drinks online are delivered physically to their homes?
As an authority, we have issues about online sale of alcohol. One, you don't know who is ordering because you make your call and it's delivered. It can be delivered anywhere. So there is a possibility that the young people are also involved in ordering this drink online. And when the motorbike person delivers, it doesn't care whether you are of age or not.
His work is to deliver.
It's to deliver. And therefore, we also have information that the young people are involved in this online sale. The other concern as an authority that we have is the fact that when you order this drink, you do not know whether, you can't vouch for its quality.
You cannot be able to do any quality check.
To ascertain where it's coming from. As an authority, we have carried a number of what I would call multi-agency raid inspections, where you find working with the KEBS, working with the public health authorities, and Kenya Revenue Authority and the police. We go around and try to inspect. And what has come out is that there's a lot of actually uncertified alcohol in the market. So when you find online sales of alcohol, you can't say whether that drink is safe or not. So we have issues around the online sale of alcohol.
So people need to be careful even as they order all these alcoholic drinks online.
If you went to a shop and you know this shop where it is certified, the inspection has been carried out, they have the KBC stamps, you can say this is safe alcohol. But the one that you order online, you don't know from where, and some motorbike man delivers it. How would you vote for that for that drink?
Now there is a reason why we call this an honest discussion. We are talking about alcohol, alcohol use and these drinks. Meaning this pertains you, who is an alcohol user or a buyer of alcohol. What questions do you have and what comments do you have? Remember to engage with us even as we have this discussion with the CEO of Nakada. But now, you've been doing inspections. You said earlier that you're doing inspections. How fruitful has it been? Considering that we have even people transporting this from one region to the next, yet we have this lockdown. Some are hiding them and some are trying to get illegal alcoholic consumption. So you have brews that were also acquired, that were acquired during this pandemic, that people managed to get, and some even died.
Yeah, of course, that is one of our biggest problems that we have in the country. We have alcohol that sometimes even comes from out of the country, in Uganda, in Ethiopia, crossing the border, comes in. We also have people who do their own brewing behind their houses, behind their shops. That sort of alcohol, you can't know how, it doesn't have standard. So this is what we call some very dangerous alcohol. And we have had cases where people have tried some brews and have had problems. Others have died, lost their lives. So when we carry out our inspection, we do not do it as Nakada alone. We do it together with the other agencies.
You partner with people?
We partner with agencies that are mandated to inspect certain aspects of safety. For example, KBC. They will say this alcohol has our stamp, so we can vote for it's safe. Right? We work with other agents like Kenya Revenue Authority, who's interested really whether they're paid or not. But with public health, sometimes the premises where this alcohol is sold, sometimes it's not a place where you expect people to be, drinking from, because it's not healthy. It's not. They have some bad places where you find the health standards. You really do not allow this. So when we do it with the other agencies, they look at these aspects. And what we have come up with from these inspections is the finding that a lot of alcohol that is in the market, we have a lot of counterfeit alcohol in the market, which is doesn't have any standard, we don't even know where it's coming from. And therefore, this is what really is our biggest challenge in the industry. A lot of fake alcohol, a lot of uncounted alcohol that we don't know where it's coming from. So this is what sometimes has been responsible for some of the deaths that you hear in the market.
I remember some were caught inside a bar during this COVID-19, and it was during curfew hours, where we had a bar that some bars that were opened during curfew hours, contrary to these pandemic restrictions that have been put by government.
That is what you see every other time. Police have cracked into some bars closed and there are many people inside. It's the way people are coping with these containment measures.
But how predisposing can this be towards the children in terms of the effect it has on the families that are at home and on the children that are left at home?
Of course, one of the biggest problem we now have, and really I want to appreciate that you have given us opportunity to engage with our parents, is the whole question of drinking in the presence of children. This time with the containment measures, parents are supposed to be home, children are at home. It is an opportunity to bond.
And to care
and really to monitor the growth of the young people.
You even know each other properly.
You know each other better because, of course, you will appreciate that sometimes by virtue of how we work, some people do not even come home in good time.
Yeah.
And therefore, this is an opportunity to be home early, to be able to learn each other and bond. But the drinking at home culture is something that we are concerned as an authority. In fact, my colleague Susan has been on this studio talking about the positive parenting. Positive parenting is basically that you are home with a child, and what kind of role model are you to the child? When you drink, what value are you giving to the drinking?
Yeah.
And
because they copy these things.
Yes, we have cases where people have, they invite friends into their home, and children are learning there, and they want to concentrate, but the adults are drinking and merrymaking. So this is our concern as an authority, and we have actually been speaking about this.
When it comes to promotions and advertising of alcohol and alcoholic content online, we have had promotions and the sale of these drinks, but I'm looking at the Alcoholic Drink Control Act of 2010 and the Children's Act. Do these things infringe on these laws and on the specific acts that I've mentioned?
Well, of course, the Alcoholic Drinks Control Act, mandates the authority to, vet the promotions. And we have, in the authority, we have a committee which actually deals with the vetting of the promotional materials. And we have had cases where we have rejected several of those applications because they tend to give false information about alcohol, right? You may have come across some adverts which make alcohol like once you take it, you are braver than a lion, for example. Or that you become more Kenyan if you take alcohol. Those kind of things.
Exaggeration of
those are some of the things that, as an authority, and through that committee which we have, we vet. But occasionally you find a few of these adverts which snake out, and we have had to take action on when we see there are adverts which are giving false information. So when you are doing that kind of promotion and the young people are there,
they're watching.
What values are you giving them?
Because they will want to be as strong as a lion.
So strong as a lion.
Or more Kenyan.
More Kenyan, right? Yeah. Or you make friends more easily if you take Tusker. That kind of thing. So we are very strict in terms of promotions. That do not give the correct information through those adverts.
Now, we've touched on the situation of this alcohol consumption during this COVID-19 pandemic, but let's touch on this before the pandemic, because I would like to know from you, what was the drug and substance abuse situation, the numbers, the situation before the COVID-19 pandemic struck the country? How was it?
Well, I think it is, but the country has always had an issue with alcohol and drug abuse. And we, as an authority, carry regular surveys. 2018, we did a national survey on the situation of drug abuse in the country. And I would say if you went to our website, you find those figures. They are not very encouraging figures. On average, about 12.2% of Kenyans have, the regular users of alcohol.
And I remember, according to your survey, you say that Nairobi region was, or is leading in the prevalence of the current usage of alcohol at 17.5%.
Yes, that's
followed by Eastern.
When you now go region by region, right?
Yes.
The figures will be different, but nationally, it's about 12%. But
12.2%.
Yes, 12.2%. If you went to the coast region, you will find tobacco and the hard drugs are leading. We went to Northeastern, you would find something else. But on average, I think the alcohol still continues to be the biggest challenge that we have to face as a country. It's responsible for the highest burden of what we call substance use disorders. Alcohol, followed by tobacco, Mira. But when we did the survey targeting secondary schools, and really our point was to try and find out the general population. This is how the situation looks like. Let's find out how it manifests itself in secondary schools. The situation was worrying. 23% of the students have had a test of one or the other, and a regular use of 3.8%. That tells you that the schools are not safe environments for students. How do they access it? And they are in school.
It's a wonder.
that is it. Yeah, the teachers.
Could there be a weak link somewhere?
Yes, there's
someone as young as 15.
Yes,
accessing alcohol.
Yes. In fact, we have also done a survey that is targeting primary. We released it last year in June.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you looked at those figures, they are in our website. You would be surprised that somebody at the age of 11 has already been initiated to alcohol. That tells you that as a country, the situation is not interesting.
You released something, the survey mid last year.
Yes.
And on the status of drugs and substance abuse amongst primary pupils in Kenya.
Yes.
And the survey, you covered over 3,000 pupils from 177 primary schools.
Yes.
And it's interesting that according to the findings, the most widely available drugs and substance abuse mentioned by the primary school pupils were tobacco, being 41.9%, followed by prescription drugs, alcohol and Mira.
Prescription drugs are a big challenge. In fact, in both secondary schools and primary, prescription drugs are the biggest substance of abuse in the primary schools. And in secondary schools, of course, there's alcohol, there's tobacco. But what of concern is the abuse of prescription drugs. And the question one will want to ask is, the prescription drugs that actually are abused are some of the substances that are controlled. You cannot access them. The aspirin, for example, even Valium, you can't access it. You have to get a doctor's prescription. So the question is, why is the weak link? The weak link is in control, right?
How do they
access it? And
the
this cannot be
prescriptions
accessed. Are you saying that a doctor in his right senses would have prescribed that sort of drug?
Would it be that
for a primary school student?
Misinformation?
Well, I think we have to work around the control, and here pharmacists, because they are the ones who have these pharmacies, where these drugs are supposed to be controlled. So how they get out of this, I think is an issue that we need to start discussing and trying to address it. But the prescription drugs, as I've said, is a matter of great concern to us as an authority, because it's very easy to access it. It's a tablet. You just pick it and put it in your pocket.
And then you take it as you wish.
As you wish.
My concern is also drawn to tobacco. Bang. The survey showed that bang is the most widely used narcotic drug in Kenya. But now, the pupils in primary, 41.9% mentioned tobacco. 41.9%. That's how did you look? What would you say concerning these statistics? How did it come out for you? Considering bang and tobacco should not be accessed by primary pupils.
Actually, that is where our concern is. In Kenya, the most widely abused narcotic is bang, right? Currently, we have very, very huge, traffic banking laws from Ethiopia.
Yeah.
A lot of the banking that is now currently being abused in the country is coming from Ethiopia through Moyale or Wajir and finds its way to Nairobi. Right? Tobacco, of course, is readily available. The issue is how does it find its way to the primary schools and the secondary schools.
Have you been able to try to find out how pupils and students in primary and secondary respectively can be able to get access to these substances?
It is trafficked by actually the survey will give you the answers to that question. The survey says the teachers are trafficked.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm not saying it's all the teachers, but there are bad elements within that cadre.
Yeah.
The staff, whether they are the subordinate staffs that interact with the students, they actually are. The kiosks that are around the schools are sources of most of the drugs into the schools. You will recall the case of, was it the boy girls?
Yes.
You remember the connection between the kiosks that were there and the drug menace.
And the students who were able to access.
I can tell you, if we went around the country in many of those schools, there will be a kiosk either inside or just outside.
There's something always similar to that scenario.
Yes, and those are actually the sources of those drugs.
But now, as Nakada, what are you doing to be able to bring solutions towards these challenges that you're mentioning?
As Nakada, of course, we run the campaign, awareness campaign. We call it public education and advocacy, including talking to the school management that they need to be aware about the environment of the schools. But of course, besides running the campaign, which is basically creating awareness, we also carry out, other engagements, like, of course, when we have a survey that reveals that we have this kind of inflow of traffic from Ethiopia, we have been engaging with the administrative authority, the security authorities of those counties, right?
Yeah.
But our main, and I would say, broadly speaking, Nakada, we are focused on demand reduction effort, where demand reduction is through the campaign and creating awareness so that we can reduce
on supply,
the demand for it. So a lot under that, we have a lot of programs that we carry out. We have the school-based program where we engage with schools. Under that program of public education and awareness, we also engage with the communities. We engage with parents. The positive parenting, actually, that Susan has been talking about here, is one of our key programs under the public education program.
And for those who may not know, Susan is someone that we have been having this consistent constant conversations
on
the show.
Public education, and therefore that is really her main program.
Yeah, so she's Susan Maua, the acting manager in charge of public education and advocacy. Make sure that you head over to our YouTube channel to get more of these interviews that we've had in regards to positive parenting that we've had before a few weeks ago.
Yeah. So all these activities I'm talking about, they are focused, they are trying to target the demand, the demand side of the equation. Then we have, of course, we also have, the work environment and not also safe environment in terms of drug abuse.
But now, Mr. Kioma, where there is demand, there is supply.
Yes.
Yeah? Or where there is supply, there is demand.
Actually, what I'm focusing on is what we do to deal with the demand. Okay. If I tell you cigarette is bad and you stop, I've addressed the demand issue, right? Because then people get to know the dangers of the drugs, and therefore you will reduce the demand for it. But we don't stop there. I was talking about the pillars of our activities.
What makes people want it?
Yes, what makes people want it, address it. But then we also have the supply suppression side. Under the supply suppression, Here now we are dealing with the supply. And in the supply, of course, you know, we have a number of agencies that we work with, and the national administration, the security committees, the anti-narcotic police.
Yeah.
We work very closely. In fact, the anti-narcotic is a member of our board. So we work very closely with these security operators to deal with the supply side. Like I have talked about the issues we are addressing from the supply of bangi from Ethiopia, from Tanzania side. A lot of the bank we have around is coming from there. Of course, the operations I've talked about, which we carry out to ensure that the alcohol that we have in the market is safe, that is also an enforcement issue. That is an issue of supply. Because you get those people who are producing alcohol that is not really, that doesn't have standards.
It's not good for human consumption.
Not good for human consumption. If you get it out of the market, you are dealing with the supply. So I'm saying, as Nakada, our focus is on those two pillars. We deal with the demand reduction issue. We also deal with the supply.
But now, speaking of dealing with demand and supply, talk about dealing with the, you know, now Kenyans who are adults, who they know about how alcohol can be. But now you mentioned speaking with the school authorities, talking about the teachers, the staff, and the subordinate staff. Now these are Kenyans, whom at the same time you'll be able to find the same Kenyans brewing changa, sitting together, you know, even during curfew hours. What would you say in regards to this, how challenging it can be to create this public awareness for everyone to be able to understand all this and the effect it can have on them and their children, considering these are adults at the same time who are working with children both at home and at school?
I would say the drug challenge in this country requires the response from each one of us. This is not a war you are going to live to Nakada or anybody else. And one of the things we do is to try and sensitize all those stakeholders that we think are very important in trying to pass some of these messages. Like when we deal with the board of management in schools, they should trigger them to start looking at how the staff that they have deployed in their institutions, how they are involved, and try to deal with their involvement. And therefore, really for us, the challenge is getting every Kenyan to be able to police, you know, we police each other. Because if you are a parent in a school and you know that the drug is you are a teacher, you are a parent, and you are also involved. What do you do with this kind of person?
Now, speaking of policing,
yes,
let's bring Nakada.
I'm not talking about the policeman.
We are not.
The man in blue. I'm talking about all of us being able to police ourselves. You know, this person is selling bangi. Just be the policeman for that community. That's what I'm talking about.
Now, being the policeman of a community, let's talk about government.
Yes.
How are you partnering with the government, both in the national and the county level, to be able to bring solutions? And I'm talking about sustainable solutions in regards to all these challenges.
By the way, we are a national government agency. And I have already mentioned that we work with very many other agencies.
Yes.
In the campaigns that we carry out. We have also worked very, very closely with some counties in trying to, you know, if you check the current constitution, drug control, including licensing of bars and restaurants, has been devolved to the counties. So we have really given out these responsibilities of drug control to the counties. And the issue is, how have counties taken up this challenge and this responsibility? That's where we have concerns.
Okay.
We have been engaging with many of them. And we have actually seen a lot of improvement in trying to take up these responsibilities. We know many counties have not really focused on this responsibility, because we expect that the campaigns that we are carrying now, they should be carried out by the county government, because they have been given that mandate by the Constitution.
Yeah.
We expect them to put up rehabilitation facilities for their people who are affected by drug abuse.
Which I'm aware you've tried to support 10 counties.
Yeah, we have supported them as a way of engaging them to try and be proactive about this mandate which has been given to them. We have challenges around that area, but I can tell you that we have seen a lot of improvement with those counties that we have partnered in the rehabilitation facilities. And we have seen some counties actually set aside funds to support certain programs, but there are a few. I can say that that is one area we will continue to engage. That is an area that we actually need to work very closely with the county, so that the counties are able to take up this challenge.
Do you see most counties coming up positively to take up this challenge? And will you think that these measures, coming up with treatment and rehabilitation facilities and working with the county governments, bearing fruit?
Using the examples that we have seen
in the long term,
in the long term, I see, because really it's their mandate.
Yeah.
It is clearly stipulated in the fourth schedule, which assigns responsibilities, and indeed, those ones who have already taken up, I think we are going to use them as role models for the rest of the other counties. Because I can tell you there are others who are now very proactive and they have taken up this responsibility. They are putting up. We have just come from Nyeri. They have done a very, very good facility there. In Teni, they have done a very good facility. In Kwale, you go there in Kompani. So we have seen those ones that we have worked with and engaged. They have come to actually, they have started taking up these responsibilities. And my appeal is that counties need to take up this, because it's a mandate.
That's your appeal to the counties.
That is my
appeal.
Mandate. It is, let them take up. It is clearly spelled out in the Constitution, in the Schedule 4, that the drug control and licensing. And you know, the control comes from the licensing.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, and what we have observed actually in the last, since the handing over of this function, the mushrooming of bars and restaurants, with the revenue as the major consideration, and not the safety and the health of their people. And part of this engagement is to tell them that really, when you issue a license,
it should be the opposite.
It should be the opposite. And I can tell you there are a few best examples of counties that I have worked with where they have demonstrated that once there were 2,000, they cut it to something like half of that.
Thereby bringing to positive.
Yes.
I love that.
And the tool they have to do that is the licensing mandate. You have restaurants which are being licensed and they do not pass for a restaurant, so long as they are paid. We have bars which are licensed in areas where it's not even safe.
But they should not be
where they should not be. You have bars in residential areas where there should be no bars. We have bars near schools where there shouldn't be. So what we are saying is that if you exercise this mandate judiciously, you can cut down the number of these bars, and that is also a control.
Yeah, it is. Now, these are that's your plea to the county government.
That is my plea to the county.
What will be?
And I am happy to say I have seen a lot of improvement with the counties that we have worked with.
Okay. Before I ask my next question, because I want to find out. That is your appeal to the county government. I want to find out also your appeal to the Kenyans. But before we talk about that, you mentioned something just briefly.
Yes.
Which county governments would you say that have really worked well in delivering what you are trying to push for?
Well, I can tell you that And this is not about good and bad. No,
it's not about good and bad.
Yeah, this is about the counties that have actually demonstrated.
Yes.
Others we are still going to be engaging. And I have talked about Nyeri. I've talked about Elgeyo Marakwet. I have talked about Kwale.
We cannot mention them all, but
those are about the Taveta, where we have worked. So they are quite, the Kisi, we still are engaging with Bomet. But what I'm saying in a nutshell is this, that the function of drug control, particularly through the licensing mandate, is a mandate of the counties, and we are appealing to them to take it up, you know.
Now, what would be your appeal now to Kenyans now? Now, let's trickle down to the family.
Kenyans, of course, the biggest role for drug control in this country is Kenyans themselves, right? If we take a decision that bangi is bad for our life, and we all say, let us not encourage bangi in our own environment, that is a very big thing that they can't. You know, the sovereignty lies with the people. Yes. If the people, and I give examples of a village somewhere in Kijabe, you know Kijabe?
Yeah, I know Kijabe.
Go to Kijabe, there is no single bar there, and it has been a tradition for a long time. The community there decided, if you want to drink, you go out of this place and do it there. There is no bar, as we are talking now.
You'll make me go
and
visit
those
there.
Are, you just go and check. Yeah. And that's for a long, long time.
For a long time.
I know communities have said we do not want this number, and we are encouraging counties, as they license new premises, they should subject, their licensing to the, they should ask whether the people really want more of those bars before they get licensed. And with a public participation, it means that the people should have a say.
There needs to be a survey before a bar is erected in a neighborhood.
And we have seen that. In fact, even I think, was it Kiambu that was saying we cannot license a bar unless the people have said yes. So they do not need to be asked by anybody. They should say, we do not want the bar here. We do not want this bar is near to our school. So the people have actually the bigger role for drug control in this country than any one of us.
But I wonder how possible that can be in some places where we are. You saw in the news when we had people getting arrested for being caught locking themselves inside a bar.
Yes.
Then I wonder, is this statement that you're giving going to be applicable, and how effective can it be to sensitize Kenyans to implement such kind of a thing?
By the way, you might find that the people who are arrested in that bar, Wananchi somewhere may have given that report to the police. that is their role. They can control it that way. And I know cases where people have said there is something strange happening here. There is a big crowd of young people here drinking in some residence or in some other joint. So the people have a role to play in drug control.
All right. Yeah. Now, because time is not on our side, I'd like you to maybe touch on one more thing. When it comes to combating counterfeit alcohol, alcoholic substances in the country, how far are we and how far do we need to go?
Well, that is a big challenge. I must confess, that's a big challenge. And we have quite a number of institutions that should be able to handle that. And we work with them. One of it is, of course, the anti-counterfeit authority.
Yeah.
That's a big mandate. We work together. But of course, you need to be able to say, and even the person, the industries, or if it's the breweries whose product has been counterfeited, they should come forward and say, we have this brand here is our counterfeit. So we are saying that actually in the country we have a serious problem of counterfeiting, And you have seen, for example, the Ministry of Trade has been having a task force that has been going around actually looking at counterfeit, not necessarily within the alcohol sector, but even in the industry. And it is huge. The other time it was 1.2-something billion worth of goods that were seized as counterfeit, and it has been going on. In the alcohol sector, that is also a big challenge. We have a lot of counterfeit alcohol in the market. And what we do is we sometimes work with other agencies, the Counterfeit Authority, Kenya Bureau of Standards. As we go around, you are able to find out some of these issues. The biggest success story would be when those people whose products are being counterfeited can come and report. It becomes much easier to control that kind of problem.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That is Victor Okioma, the CEO of Nakada. Thank you very much for finding time to join me this morning.
Thank you very much.
And as we continue this morning conversation, remember to keep tweeting and keep texting. We're taking a short break. We'll be back in a bit. Well, my director tells me Doreen is on the other side of studio. Doreen, over to you.
Yeah, it's time for our segment, COVID-19 updates. And this morning, we continue with the creating awareness beat of COVID-19. Remember that it's almost, if I may say, 60 days since the first case was announced here in the country, and there's been so many measures that have been put in place by the government, different stakeholders, to see how best they can contain the spread of this disease. The ministry has announced time and again that this disease is no longer being imported as it were, or as the first case was being announced, but as of now, it is now in the community. So that means it could be your next door neighbor, someone you're seated next to in a matatu, someone you're walking close to even as you're going about your businesses. So that is just what it means by being in the community levels, is that it is here with us. But before we go to the whole aspect of creating awareness and looking at how different sectors have done their best to see how they can create awareness. And when I talk about different sectors, I mean like the churches, different NGOs, artists who command and have a huge following, especially on social media, and we understand how instrumental it can be when they create awareness. Before we go into the whole aspect of how different sectors are creating awareness and making citizens understand how they can protect themselves during this pandemic and during this difficult time, let's start from the measures that were put in place by the government. And this, I will just start from the whole aspect of the issue to do with joblessness, because then remember one of the measures that had been put in place was staying at home. And what that meant is if you could work from home, then work from home. If you do not need to go to your business and any kind of activity in the city center or anywhere else, then just stay at home. But what happens to the huge number of jobless youths in this country who cannot afford to stay at home? This means the Kenyans, or the youths, or even the Kenyans who work from hand to mouth, and they have to be out there daily for them to be sustained or for them to get basic needs. Look at this. So data from 2019 census shows that 5.3 million of the 13.8 million Kenyan youths are jobless. So this means of the 13.8 million Kenyan youths, 5.3 of them are jobless, and this represents 38.9% of young Kenyans. So what does this mean? This therefore means that the guidelines such as staying at home to prevent the spread of the virus become harder to implement among this population. So it becomes harder to implement this kind of rule, especially among Kenyans who are living from hand to mouth and cannot afford to stay at home because they have to meet their basic needs. Let's continue looking at some of the statistics in regards to this issue. Also, data from the World Poverty Clock reports shows that as of 2016, 8.6% of Kenyans, which represents 682,000 households, were extremely poor. A total of 16.4 million people were living below the poverty line, while 17.6 million were living below $2, which is an equivalent of 200 Kenyan shillings a day. So what does this mean? It ultimately means that when you implement such rules as staying at home for most of these jobless youths and even jobless Kenyans, it becomes difficult. And not just that that side of society, but even for those that live from hand to mouth, those that have to always be out there to make a living, then it becomes difficult. But even with all of these measures being put in place, remember the 2 epicenters of this disease so far has been Nairobi and Mombasa County, and these 2 specific counties continue to bear the brunt of COVID-19 disease, as numerous cases are being recorded day in, day out in these 2 specific counties. Also key to note is that the rising infections in the island city, which is in Mombasa, is an indication that the virus has already spread to almost all the estates. Remember, just the other day when the Ministry of Health was giving their daily brief, they announced that the 2 major estates in these 2 specific counties, restrictions of movement will be put in place. Now, this was Eastleigh in Nairobi County and Old Town in Mombasa County, where restriction of movement had to be put in place to contain the spread of this disease, because as the numbers were rising so much high in this specific countries. And also another thing to note is that yesterday, when the CAS for Health was giving his press, I was also mentioning that out of the death cases that were being recorded yesterday, two of those cases were from Mombasa County, and he was attributing this fact. He was attributing this death cases to the fact that residents in this specific county are not coming out for tests. Again, the government had also rolled out mass testing, because the only way we can get a significant number of confirmed cases and know how best to deal with these cases is if people get tested. But Kenyans have been coming out not wanting to get tested because of some of the reasons they've put in place. But then again, also the government has made it necessary and possible for Kenyans to get tested. And also the DG Patrick Amot also mentioned that as of now, even as Kenyans get tested and you are found to have contracted the disease, you will not be paying the bills as it were. So that again makes it easier for Kenyans to get tested. But then again, also these 2 counties continue to record high cases. This is Nairobi and Mombasa County being regarded as the epicenters of this disease. And now this is just that point where I want to loop in my colleague Aguko on the other side of the studio. Before we go to how the different sectors are trying to contain this disease, let's take on this issue of testing. The government at least gave out a plan and said that it will not be easier for Kenyans to get tested because they will shoulder the cost. But even at that, Kenyans are still shying off from getting tested. What is your take on all of this?
Well, I was looking at social media, my social media account during the weekend, and I saw a cartoon where someone was drawn in the middle. You cannot leave, and there was a door there. You cannot leave the door because there is COVID-19, coronavirus. But you cannot stay in the house because there is hunger, poverty.
So you're caught in between.
So you're caught in between. Do I go out or do I stay in? But the idea is that at the end of the day, everyone is affected. Everyone has been struggling to be able to put food on the table, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. We cannot be able to find lasting solutions when it comes to addressing how someone can be able to eat every single day. Some Kenyans have been able to give donations. We are talking about food. Churches, organizations, NGOs have been able to distribute food and supplies to different Kenyans in different parts of the country. This is a noble deed. But when it comes to the expenses of the COVID-19, it is going to be quite expensive. As a nation, we have used over 3 billion Kenyan shillings in this COVID-19. And it is still going to climb up because we still need more money. Our budget cannot be able to sustain it. Looking at Africa as a continent, I was reading a statement by the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention Director, that is Dr. John Nkengasong. He said this, that we knew COVID-19 was a significant threat to Africa. So we addressed it early. We convened an emergency meeting of Africa health ministers, which endorsed the Africa Joint Continental Strategy for COVID-19. Because of the early political engagement, there was a continent-wide awareness and alert to prepare countries. So countries needed to be prepared well in advance in regards to the COVID-19. But now the challenge will be, I'm thinking, will we recover quickly? And how soon are we going to bring our different economies in our different countries in Africa back to normal? Well, at the end of the day, you've mentioned something, that there is an expense that Kenyans will have to incur when it comes to the tests that will be given out, when it comes to these isolation centers, when it comes to all these COVID-19 patients that have been put in different places, in different regions of the country.
Yeah.
There are some expenses that Kenyans have incurred. It will affect these people. My worry is, will they get long-lasting solutions? Still a concern.
Yeah, and even as we talk about long-lasting solution, we are continuing to wait for what the government will continue to tell us and directors in regards to this issue. But we continue with the awareness factor after this break. So just before we take the break, my director is advising me that we can continue a bit about the awareness factor. Remember that you're having discussions around the coronavirus pandemic in terms of creating awareness. And just before, again, I go to the sectors, Ram, again, on this issue of mass testing, remember that US has now over 1 million cases, and they are mentioning that this is as a result of mass testing that they've been doing. And earlier on, I just wanted to pick your mind on what you thought about Kenyans not wanting to get tested. What could be the reason? Why do Kenyans just feel, I don't think I need to get tested? I mean, as long as I'm not feeling the fever, as long as I'm not coughing, I don't think there's any importance of me getting tested. Yet, you know, we've talked about this issue of people that might be asymptomatic.
Well, I am careful in this answer.
Yeah.
Because I understand both parties. And by both parties, I mean, I understand the Kenyans who are against these testings, these mass testings. I understand their side. And I also understand the government side when it comes to the stipulations that they have put. I understand everyone. Because as a government, we want people to be well aware about how infectious this disease can be. But the people on the ground are affected in a way that they do not have peace. How will they sleep at night, knowing that they don't know what tomorrow entails?
Yeah.
Some don't even believe coronavirus is there. Some believe that it is just a hoax. Some are even saying that if it is there, then they need to call upon the gods. You've seen, Doreen, when some people have been able to go to seek help from some deity. Some have been able to put on that African, regalia. That is something that every Kenyan is trying to find out. Is this real or is it not? Is it a disease that is called by the gods, or is it brought by Satan? Well, let's take a short break. We'll be back in a bit, Doreen, after, and we shall be able to expound more about this. We are back in a bit.
Fantasy, caught in a landslide.
On the next episode of Elena's Ghost.
I know where to find Elena's baby.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? How much then? How much will that information cost? Listen.
Your grandmother's inheritance doesn't belong to you. All that money belonged to my father.
No. You don't exist. No. There's no way that damn medium could have put the idea of you being alive inside my head. No.
kind of things about you.
Wait them on. Just shake up.
Continues. And just before we go to the next interview of the day, let's try and look at some of the different stakeholders have been trying to do to create awareness. And now, Ram, this is that part where I go to the church. We had this discussion at least twice to see what churches have been doing to create awareness, seeing that their congregants are no longer coming to church, as it were. And so for the first time in Kenya's history, majority of churches have suspended their Sunday services across the country. A number of churches have instead directed their members to follow online services as the country puts in strict measures to control the spread of COVID-19, which is now a global pandemic. And also, most churches have asked their members to stay at home and to pay their tithes and offerings through mobile money transfer service and online payment platforms. And as if that is not enough, just in terms of offering online services, again, also most churches have come out to help their members, and these are the vulnerable members of their church. We have seen, even from the discussion we've been having here in Good Morning Kenya with pastors and bishops and members of the church, just telling us that at least their pastors and bishops are doing their best and trying their best to see how they can protect and take care of the vulnerable persons. And they've been doing this by distributing food, distributing sanitizers, face masks, ensuring that they encourage them and giving them encouraging messages, because it is a difficult time, and we can imagine how someone's psychology can be disrupted during this time, especially for those that may have had to part way with half salaries or may have had to lose their job. So this is where the church has come in to give them encouraging messages, at least for them to keep sanity and keep a sane mind. And as if that is not enough, they have gone an extra mile to provide food for them, and they have done this by ensuring that it becomes a culture, just so that it just doesn't become a one-time kind of thing by giving them food, but at least time and again. They have also gone out of their way to give them sanitizers and face masks. So even as we talk about how different sectors are doing in terms of creating awareness, this is what the church is doing, using online platforms and helping them. And again, Ram, for what the church is doing in terms of creating awareness, as a person, do you feel this is enough? Probably the church needs to do more, because we also know that the church really holds a lot in terms of the kind of info they give, and Kenyans and citizens and even church members tend to believe more in what the church says just because it is the church. So do you feel like they're doing enough, or probably they need to do something more given their kind of weight they have in society?
You know, I cannot quantify in terms of how enough can be. But you've reminded me of a discussion you had last week.
Yes.
You are interviewing a bishop, and he said that he would like it if at every COVID-19 update that is given by the CS, we head over to prayer before
and
the
after.
update. He said before and after, right? Yeah, so I like that someone has been able to see that there is a gap. In my view, the government and the church needs to be in communication with each other. They need to talk to one another. The church talks to the government talks to the church. And not just the church, but also all other spiritual entities. I'm talking about different religions, whether it's Hindu, Muslim. Every religious leader needs to be part of this conversation on the COVID-19. But as we look into these conversations on the COVID-19, it is a call to order. It is a wake-up call to most of our spiritual leaders. When you are trying to reach out to your members, how are you communicating with them? Do you give them the necessary information in regards to the COVID-19? Do you tell them to put on face masks, to put on, to have hand sanitizers, to ensure that there is social distancing? How are we, even when it comes to distributing all these foodstuffs and the supplies to the Kenyans? As you distribute them, do you create public awareness? Do you alert them in regards to the stand of the church and what it entails during this COVID-19, even post COVID-19. It is a call to order for all of us as a nation, but not just as a nation, but to all our spiritual leaders. How are you communicating with your members?
Yeah, Ram, you've really mentioned something very important in regards to prayer, which is also what our bishop mentioned last week when you're having this conversation about what the church is doing in terms of creating awareness and helping the most vulnerable person. Because remember, we cannot leave all this burden to the government. As it is, the government is trying their best. And it's a time for also different stakeholders in different sectors to also come out, just to chip in and try and help government in doing whatever it is that they're doing. And this is just what the church is doing. But of course, this is again a conversation we'll continue having to try and see different sectors. Remember, as of now, we've only touched on the church. There are so many other sectors doing good things in terms of creating awareness and in terms of helping fellow citizens. We talk about NGOs, we talk about what artists are doing, we talk about what private individuals are doing in terms of creating awareness. And so this is what we'll be touching on when we come to continue with the coronavirus pandemic, creation of awareness. We shall also be talking about what it means when they say restriction of movement, because we understand that a significant number of Kenyans may not understand what cessation of movement means. A significant number of Kenyans may not understand what it means by a lockdown. So these are some of the things we'll be trying to break down for you and make you understand. When you ask for a lockdown, do you exactly understand what it is you're asking for? And what does it mean for a lockdown to be in a country? So this, again, are some of the things we'll be looking into even as we continue the creation awareness segment of Matters Coronavirus Pandemic.
And now let's shift gears into the next discussion this morning, Eye on Politics. Starts now. And joining me this morning via Zoom, I'm joined by Alex Manyasi. He is a governance expert and political analyst. Governance and political expert. Karibu sana. Good morning, Alex Manyasi. It's been a while since we last talked. How are you doing?
Well, thank you. Good morning, too. I know it's been a while. COVID has kept us apart, but I hope that everyone is keeping safe. I'm good, thank you.
All right, but we shall overcome. Let's talk about politics. In regards to politics, there is one Narok Senator, Ledama Olekina. He has been hitting the headlines of late regards to his election. He was elected as the chair of the County Public Accounts and Investments Committee and Senate Business Committee, but he was whipped. And in a letter to the House Speaker, Senator James Orengo said, and I quote, "I hereby give a notice of the discharge and dismissal of Senator Ledama Olekina from Spike and SBC." What is your take in regards to this move by Senator James Orengo, or rather by ODM party, to whip Senator Ledama Olekina?
Thank you, Ram. And I want to start by mentioning a few things before coming to the de-whipping or the request for the removal of Senator Olekina. Kenyans need to understand, number one, it's about the standing orders. And there are a few individuals who have said a few things in that regard. Number one is Senator Omanga made claims that the House has its sole responsibility to make a decision with regards to whom they want to chair a certain committee. But that is not entirely true in the sense that the standing orders as they stand today, and Senator Murkomen alluded to it by saying, for example, that they need to change the standing orders so that any senator can head that committee because it's about competence. So what Senator Murkomen was saying actually contradicts what Senator Omanga was trying to say when she said that it's a prerogative of the House to choose anyone. Secondly, I want to mention that Kenyans need to understand that the reason why this was set as it is because that's a critical committee with regards to checking of government excesses. And therefore, it was important that the party, the opposition party, the largest opposition party, actually holds that position, because that is, or the minority party in the House in that sense, because the assumption is that that is the party that is going to check the sitting government. And so you cannot imagine that you'll have government which has a majority in the House, and then you have someone who is from the majority in the House being the chair of the watchdog committee, and therefore it would make nonsense out of the whole assumption of why the government needs to be checked. But coming back to Olekina, is that ODM feels uncomfortable with Olekina, and they feel uncomfortable because they feel like he's not representing the interests of ODM. So having said that, the swift rejoinder in de-whipping him was just as a way of communicating the fact that they are not comfortable with Olekina. Secondly, if you look at the people who proposed him, including Senator Omanga, obviously it tells a story around where his allegiance was. And therefore that deepens further the imagination around why they feel uncomfortable being the chair of the committee.
Well,
but I guess something else, having said that, although the argument right now will be, and then who is the better opposition in the Senate,
yes,
to therefore be in a good position to check government, then that becomes a complicated question to ask when it comes to the fact that ODM right now is largely collaborating with government. And so the real opposition, if you asked me, I'm not sure yet whether ODM is the real opposition as we see it today.
Now, you've mentioned quite a lot. I was about to come there in regards to why this seat, this chairmanship, is very important. And I would like maybe to find out from you, in regards to what you mentioned earlier, Senator Ledama Olekina was nominated by Senator Millicent Omanga, who is in Jubilee. And, well, they say she is allied to Tanga Tanga. Could this be one of the problems that is there, that is underlining? But on the other hand, I'm aware that Senator Olekina ruled out the allegation that he was supported by the Jubilee side for the position that he said, and he said that he believed that his nomination was based on merit. Could this problem be as a result of another party nominating him? And by this other party, I'm talking about a member of another party, meaning, amongst others, Senator Millicent Omanga?
I guess Olekina's problems are a creation of the circumstances surrounding his nomination. We have had stories, and Olekina himself has confirmed that, for example, I think he was to become deputy whip in the Senate.
Yes.
Something like that. And he has also mentioned that he was no longer interested because he gave an example of the current office holder having employed 7 employees, and therefore he felt like if he came in and then sent those 7 employees home because he needed to employ his own, that would be moral. But you see, that explanation to me falls short of talking about the actual, because if you wanted a position and you had agreed on a position, when you turn around and say, I do not want the position because of 7 employees, because he had an option of keeping the same employees anyway.
Yes,
so
he did.
Having decided to go for this seat specifically, when they had agreed that he will go for a different seat, it does not matter, in my view, whether he felt competent and whether he felt like he had been nominated by others who felt like he was competent. I think, like I said in the beginning, the underlying factor here is that that seat is supposed to be filled by the minority party. And the party, and just like what Senator Omanga was trying to say, by saying that the House makes decisions and people from outside cannot make decisions on their behalf, that's not true. Because a party has structures. And so when you talk about party having structures, then it also means that that party, regardless of whether the people who run the party are in parliament or not, have a say in terms of who becomes the chair of that committee. So ultimately,
Manyasi, you've mentioned that a party has structure. When it comes to these elections, Senator Olekina campaigned for the elections, and that was what helped him even to be able to win this elective seat. So, is it all about the members, the individuals, or is it all about the party? So that regardless of who is elected, the party position should have a say in these elections. Should political parties have a say in elections like this?
They actually do. It's both the individual and the party. And if you listen to Olekina, the explanations that he's been giving, he said, for example, they have had many meetings, very many meetings. They have had Skype calls, they have had Zoom calls to discuss the same. Why were they having those meetings with the party structures? Because it's not about individuals only, it's about the party as well. So the party cannot be suddenly not be part of the discussion when it comes to who becomes chair. And everybody knows, and even all those people who are saying, and that's why I referred to Senator Murkomen when he said that they need to change the standing orders so that the best man or the best woman can be given the position other than depending on a party. So that confirms to you what I'm saying today, that the party has a very big say when it comes to deciding who becomes chair of the Public Accounts Committee. This, like I said, is because it's an accountability issue. And therefore, the party also needs to feel comfortable that the person they are fronting to take up that position is actually going to represent the interests of the opposition. Now, whether the opposition exists or not, that's a different question altogether.
But now you've mentioned that it's about the party and the members. But Senator Ledamo Olekina said this, and I would like to quote, because he said that he chaired a second meeting as the duly elected chair of Spike. He said this: the letter by James Orengo has no basis and must be treated with contempt. He continued and said that because this committee is very powerful, they want a pushover, not me. Now, in your view, would you say that this is a knock on the door of division within ODM?
You see also, there are several theories that you can deduce from that. You can look at it as a way of ODM attempting to protect the government. You can look at it like that. But at the same time, you can look at it as ODM attempting to ensure that they have a say in terms of who becomes chair of the committee. So when he talks about a pushover, and of course that means he's referring to Professor Ongeri. If you look at the two individuals who, Oledama is a political greenhorn, so he's a first-timer. And so we know that he's loud, we know that he's strong, we know that he has strong sentiments, some of them that are extremely divisive. And all of us know that. But at the same time, I guess it's important to know that in such circumstances, a lot of people will say a lot of things, including the things that he's saying. But that doesn't remove the fact that what I've said, it doesn't remove the fact that standing orders still do exist. It doesn't remove the fact that the party has a say. And the same standing orders also give opportunity to the party to de-whip a member. And so it does not remove those facts. Whether the senator was unfairly treated or not, whether the senator was duly elected or not, whether the senator feels aggrieved or not, the standing orders as they exist today still have a chance and have a role to play in such matters. And the party will go by the standing orders. So when the senator says that the letter from Orengo is neither here nor there, it's just following standing orders. And as you can see, already action is being taken. The speaker has been notified already. And the reason why there's a lot of debate today is because he's more likely to be kicked out. So that is not in question. And
so you see him being kicked out of ODM?
No, from the position that he's been elected into. Okay. And so for anyone to assume that that is inconsequential, then it assumes that you're suspending the House rules, which is not possible.
And what would you say would be the end results of this, considering he said that he is not a pushover? Do you see him pulling out of ODM party? Because you have some people claiming that he is actually Team Tanga Tanga.
And that's why, and it's good you're saying that. That's why I said being able to be trusted as representing the interests of the party
yes.
Is all that is at play here. And so he needs to have seen that. So if he knew that that was the case, and that's why I probably say that he's a greenhorn, part of what he should have done is to ensure that he has that the party has faith in him. That was going to be number one. Regardless of whether you're the best candidate or not, all of us know that sometimes it's not about being the best candidate. We've had leaders who are not necessarily the best, but they're leaders anyway. So Kenyans sometimes have elected people based on other reasons. Now, when it comes to parliament, election to the chair of the committee is based on standing orders. And so if those standing orders are to be respected, then that has to be followed. So ultimately, I think what Senator Olekina needs to understand or to do is that at this point in time, it's about the interests of the party and what the party wants to see as the chair of that committee, regardless of whether that person is the best person or not. That's a different question altogether. It's not. It has nothing to do with. Of course, it's important to have the best person chair the committee,
but it
at the
doesn't
same time,
merit.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the only thing that matters in this case, because if that was the only thing that mattered, trust me, probably there will be more experienced senators who will become the chair of that committee.
But now, let me take you back, Manyasi, to find out, in your view, what do you think is the probable cause of all these turn of events that has led to the senator's current position?
So what is likely to happen is that him and probably others will be disgruntled, and they will feel like they have been denied the chance to serve. So when that happens, chances are that they will most likely start voting against the party. But you see also that has other consequences, and we have seen that happen before. You can also be de-whipped within the party.
I was asking, what do you think is the root cause of all this? What has led to the senator's current position right now? Is this a punishment or something? Yeah.
Yeah, so if you ask me, the cause of all this is political realignments. As we head towards 2022, we are likely to see a lot of this happening. And of course, it will become even more complicated towards the end of the term of the president. And so what is leading to this is that people are trying to align themselves for re-election. And so only a political fool will sit around and not do something about it. What I usually say is that you cannot be like a tick which is on an animal, and an animal is taken to a slaughterhouse, and you're still stuck there. An animal is slaughtered, and you're still stuck there. When the hide is taken out to dry is when you realize the animal died. So in politics, you don't behave like that. So political realignments are likely to happen more, considering that he's a senator of Narok. Narok is also fairly becoming cosmopolitan. So what I deduce from Senator Oledama is that probably he's trying to rethink his political position. Not saying it loudly, of course, but ultimately this has something to do with whether he's going to be re-elected in 2022 or not. Now, of course, when you hold a position like a chair of that committee, that becomes very powerful. And so chances are that you will interact, you'll make a lot of demands, government will respect you, you'll have a lot of say, and you'll have a serious platform on the national agenda for the next 2 years or so. And so that makes you extremely relevant politically for the next 2 years. So if that happens, then you gain a lot of political mileage. Now, that is what I think is at play. And that's probably why he opted for this position and not any other. And so, in my view, this is likely to continue, and it's not an Oledama issue. It's going to be a lot of politicians shifting positions. Those who have been supporting one side will start shifting to the other side. We're already seeing Kanu
merging with
having come to a pact with Jubilee. So those things are going to happen a lot, and this has everything to do with 2022.
Speaking
so I'm not
of
surprised.
margins,
I'm not surprised, and this will continue happening.
You're not surprised. All right. Speaking of margins, let me touch on BBI. Would you say that Senator Ledama Olekina, in regards to this, because you've mentioned that the senator is trying to realign himself in regards to 2022 politics, and all these move back to the senator's position when he was speaking. He said this, that he supports BBI, but he would be crazy not to support the process that brought sanity to the country. And he said this, and I quote, "Unless we are willing to accept divergence of opinions, then it will be defeated." That was in regards to that. Those are the senator's words. He said that he isn't supporting being gagged by the process. Do you think that he is right? Is he being gagged from airing his own opinion that is divergent from the opinion of others who may be in the same party as him?
There are two things. Number one, having your divergent opinion is always allowed. And that's what politics is about. That's what democracy is about. But the second thing is that having divergence of opinion that contradicts the party position as a leader is a different thing altogether. So when, as a leader, in this case, I mean, if you're representing the party, for example, if you're going to be the Public Accounts Committee chair, that means you cannot afford to contradict the chair, to contradict your party, regardless of your position. So it becomes a party position and not your position. Secondly, when you are a leader in a position like that, it also means that there are a lot of interests. And like I said, if the opposition party wants to check government, then there's no other way of checking government in parliament apart from through that committee. And all of us have seen what Kajwang has done and others, trying to check government and check governors and all that. So ultimately, it's important to know that, for example, how this plays out with the governors and the counties has an implication of how the party looks when it comes to 2022. So if you think about the complexity of the politics in this, then you will also realize the interest of the party is high on the list when it comes to which areas they want to be on top of things. And this is definitely one of them.
Would you say that now it's all about understanding that the position, this position as the chair, is going to attract so many views that might not be your own view or a reflection of what you are, but you should speak as the voice of the party which you belong to, and in this case, ODM. But in the case that he has a divergent view, would you say that now he has to restrict himself regardless of how he feels?
Yeah. So yes, when it comes to a position of leadership or a position of power, usually your own sentiments and your own feelings sometimes do not necessarily have to reflect in the decisions that you make. And so, because it's going to be a collective responsibility of a committee, the chair also holds a lot of wheels, a lot of power when it comes to what ends up in parliament as a report. And so personal opinion is good, but at the same time, pushing your personal opinion or the type of person that you are does not augur very well in terms of whether you're going to be accepted to chair a committee like that. You see, when he says that he doesn't want to be gagged, when he says that he's not a pushover, when he says that it's all about democracy, then it means that Senator Olekina forgets that sometimes it's not necessarily about those things when it comes to political issues, and especially when it comes to an election. So you do not want to have a person who believes that, and I'm not interpreting this for ODM, but you don't want to have a person who believes that they have their own rights, they have their own say, and therefore what they believe in is what they will do. You also want someone who is the opposite of what he's saying, because when he says that he is not a pushover, it also means that he can easily abandon the party position and follow his own imagination around what he thinks needs to be done.
Okay.
But you see, ultimately, like I said, he's also not being sincere, because part of the reason why he badly wants to become chair is because he's also looking at relevance. So when you're looking at relevance and re-election, it means that you're also being tactful in the way you want to look at 2022, so that you ensure that you are re-elected. Because ultimately, unless you're re-elected, it doesn't matter how good you are, it doesn't matter how perfect you are. If you're not in the house, then your opinion doesn't matter. So Olekina is not saying the truth in terms of why he thinks he's the best candidate, and at the same time why he thinks that his party has turned against him. He's not telling us that he's not the favorite of the party. He's also not telling us that he might not necessarily be the personality that the party wants. He's also not telling us.
You think he's not the favorite of the party?
Yes, he's also not telling us that he might not hold a lot of views of what ODM holds today, because maybe that has an implication of his 2022 career, and therefore he needs to look for an alternative. He's not saying all that, but that's where it is.
But now, I'm looking at a comment made by Senator from Meru, Senator Mithika Linturi. He is also the immediate former vice chair of this committee. He said, and I quote, "I voted for Senator Olekina because he was the only willing, he was the only one willing to take on Raila, so that we don't have a chair who will be taking orders from outside. I have never received a coin to influence my decision," in regards to that. So why do you think this is the case when it comes to the reason behind he was elected? Senator Linturi talks about he was the only one willing to take on Raila. Would you say that is a looming possibility, or that's a possibility that could be there?
You know, that's just a confirmation of what I was saying about the position of the party. And of course, Raila Odinga is the leader of the ODM.
Yeah.
And so you cannot divorce Raila Odinga from ODM and therefore say that Raila Odinga is different from ODM and therefore ODM is different from Oledama. That's not possible. And so those sentiments, of course, Linturi and others know that he's on his way out. Oledama is on his way out in terms of the chair of the committee. But that is also a confirmation that it means that Oledama was trying to use other ways of getting to clinch the seats. But you see, like I said, it means that he's not experienced in terms of even looking at the standing orders of the House.
Who is not experienced? Senator Ledama or Senator Linturi?
Ledama.
Okay.
It means either he's not experienced, or he's ignoring, or he's hoping that he can get sympathy from Kenyans. But like I said, the standing orders cannot be suspended because Olekina is running for the chair of the committee. That cannot happen. When, for example, I can give a reference to Moses Wetangula, when he was kicked out as a minority leader. He said it's going to be messy, it's going to be painful, it's going to be all those things. But that never happened. He was still kicked out. So it does not matter. When it comes to matters of the party holds its position, and it's about the party and not party members when it comes to decision making in the House. And in this case, what I mean is that it's not about Olekina, an ODM member, but it's supposed to be about Olekina who is loyal to the party ODM when it comes to the selection of who becomes chair. So the decision of the party is, in actual sense, holds supreme to any other decision when it comes to this affair.
And I would like you to touch on this slightly again, just for us to be able to get a clear view from Ledama's side. Senator Olekina, based on what you're saying, he has lost trust, and some feel that he may be a mole. But how can he be able to build that trust with his party and with his party leader? Remember, Ledama said this, and I quote, "I want to call upon my party leader and tell him that my election is being stolen. Support me."
That's an interesting call. And why is he calling on the party leader? It's a confirmation of what I'm saying. He's calling on the party leader because you cannot assume that the party leader is irrelevant. You cannot assume, like Senator Omanga was saying, that you cannot bank on people who are not in the House. I mean, really, even President Uhuru Kenyatta does not sit in the Senate today, but he's a party leader of Jubilee. So for anyone to even make an assertion that it doesn't matter who is out there, either is being naive, not truthful, or being stupid, because that's just the position. The party position will always be supreme to any other thing or any other decision that is made, especially when the standing orders require that the party position is taken in a certain direction. So in this case, when Senator Ledama says that he wants the party leader to intervene, he knows that the party leader had a meeting with the party structures. He knows, and he has said that they had many meetings with Orengo and others, which never bore fruit. So what he should have done, it's too late in the day to start to want to do damage control. And the people who supported him in the House are not making it better, are only confirming the things that we are saying. When Senator Linturi says that he's the only person who will have taken on Raila, that confirms a position that obviously will be uncomfortable with ODM. When Senator Omanga says that he was the best man and other people outside the House should not dictate how they run things in the House, is a confirmation that the war that is being fought has nothing to do with the House, but it has everything to do with the parties. And so losing the trust of the party today is a confirmation that Olekina probably does not speak for ODM.
But then how can he build trust?
So the building of the trust, yes, the building of the trust, I think Olekina has been a great politician from the word go. I mean, he's sharpshooting, he's a bright guy, he looks like he can get things done. But at the same time, once, for example, someone discovers that probably you're not speaking for the group that you're with, but you're speaking for another group, and that has happened in many ways. And like I said, political survival, if you know that, for example, you're better off surviving in 2022 when you're part of Tanga Tanga, for example, then the easiest thing to do is not to seek for a position like this, because obviously you're not speaking for your party, and therefore when you're seeking position that requires the support of your party, then it makes sense for you to not to seek a position like that, unless, of course, like Lenturi is saying, unless you want to take on someone, and therefore you're looking to be the one who looks like you can take on people, then of course the game is not about being the chair of the committee, but the game is about a different fight altogether. But so if that is the game, then he's winning. But if the game is about becoming the chair, then of course he's losing.
But then why would Senator Ledama speak two voices? Let's get it all broken down. Why would he choose to go for that elective seat as the chair of the County Public Accounts and Investments Committee, which is affiliated to ODM, yet speak for another, another party? Why would he do that? Isn't he speaking one thing when he says that ODM is a democratic country, and he still says he believes in the party leader?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question because you need to choose your battles wisely. Sometimes people don't go to war to win. They go to war to have been seen. To be seen to have gone to war, so that they are seen not to be cowards.
Okay.
And yet there are other people also who go to war because the only intention is to win that war. Now, in a position where Oledama finds himself, regardless of whether he ran for the seat to win, I doubt. If you ask me, if he read the standing orders, then he should have known that he was going to win and the seat was going to be taken away from him. But if he was running for other reasons, like the reasons where Lenturi is talking about, which is we can actually have someone who can take on Raila, then of course that was going to be a war that was going to be very short-lived. And of course he will come out of this, he can choose to come out of this as the fiercest critic of Raila and ODM. And of course that will trigger other implications of being duped by the party. But he can choose to also want to fight the war another day, so that in future he presents himself as a strong person, as someone who doesn't necessarily have to toe party lines, someone who can win an election against the party, even though it will be taken away from him. He can choose to go that direction. But in terms of politics, if his intention was to look like he is on the other side that is supporting him, that is the Omangas and the Lenturis of this world, if that was his intention, then he has scored, because he will come out as the person who, of course, ran against the party and still managed to win against the party.
If he is to...
Yeah, people need to also understand, for example, when Wetangula came out fighting, has it made Wetangula more popular than he was before?
Okay.
I don't think so. So it just depends. You might end up winning and therefore moving further ahead, or you might end up winning and then losing and then sinking further. So it just depends.
Speaking of winning and losing, if he's to restore, if I would use that word, or to build trust with this party and with his party officials and party leaders, should he disassociate himself with the likes of Senator Omanga and company?
You know, he actually needs to be calling against those who are saying that they supported him because of those reasons. He should be the one denying, for example, what Senator Lenturi is saying. He should be the one denying what Senator Omanga is saying. He should be the one, instead of calling out to Raila Odinga, he should be the one holding boardroom meetings with the party. With
but
his own party,
he told Senator, he asked
he
Senator Omanga, why did she nominate him? And the response was that he got from Senator Omanga, according to Senator Ledamo, was Senator Omanga said that you are the best man for the job.
True, that's what he said. But you see, it's also not true for him to claim that he did not lobby any Jubilee senators to support him. Of course, that he cannot say. And so it's obvious, of course, from what people are saying, what transpired. And he also has said himself that they had many meetings, which ended up in a stalemate. He said, in fact, the last meeting he hosted himself. Of course, he showed interest in the position. But what he has failed to understand is that the party position holds supreme to this fact, or on this matter. And so regardless of whether he believed that so if it was about the best man to win, if I can retract that, if it was about the best man to win and senators picking the right person, why was he speaking to ODM? You see, those are basic questions that he can be asked. Why was he speaking to Orengo? Why was he holding many meetings to get the support of his party? Because he's not a fool. He knows that he needed his party support. But because ultimately when he realized that he could not get it, for reasons that he knows, then he resorted to getting support from elsewhere. And the elsewhere is saying that he's the only person who will have taken Raila on. So that elsewhere confirms what kind of leadership they wanted.
All right.
So I think it's naive for anyone to imagine that Oledama is being fought by his party or he's being shortchanged. I mean, it's something that he knows that the party was against from Watco. It's not a surprise.
All right. Thank you very much. That is Alex Manyasi, governance and policy expert, joining us this morning. Alex, thank you very much for giving us your time and airing your opinion. Well,
thank you very much.
To the next discussion of the day, where we're talking about COVID-19 effects, the pandemic known as the coronavirus.
Exactly, and we continue with coronavirus pandemic awareness. Remember earlier on we were looking at how different stakeholders are trying to ensure that they create awareness to the public, the citizens, to be aware of this disease, because then also another aspect that has continuously come up is the aspect of misinformation. Even up till now, there's some Kenyans who still do not believe that this virus is here with us, and worse off, it has now moved to the communities. And also, we were looking at what the church is doing, understanding the fact that church is one of the bodies that people tend to mostly believe in, and especially the congregants. So we're looking at what the church is doing in terms of creating awareness, in terms of ensuring that their congregants are aware of this disease, and also helping the most vulnerable persons. And what you're able to point out is the issue of ensuring that people at least can be able to get sanitizers, can be able to get face masks, and not forgetting food, which is one of the basic needs in this time. And just keeping in mind that it has become hard for people to even go out to go and work or to go and hustle their daily hustles, people that especially are living from hand to mouth, because then again, employers have had it hard sustaining these employees, and this is why a good number of different sectors are coming in a bid to assist the government in assisting fellow citizens, and that is just what the church is doing in terms of helping Kenyans across the country, in different parts of this country, as we are continuing to deal with this coronavirus pandemic. So moving away from the church, I want us to look at a different sector now, and this is the NGOs. So what exactly are NGOs doing in terms of creating awareness? Now, there's this one specific NGO in Tharaka Nithi County, and so this one just says that as the number of COVID-19 cases continue to rise in the country, different NGOs in different parts of this country are coming out in terms of creating awareness. There's one specific NGO in Tharaka Nithi County where they have come together in order to counter ignorance about the spread of coronavirus in both towns and villages. So they say that what they were able to note and discover is that most people in these towns and these villages, especially in these specific counties, have no access to radio or TV to inform them on what was going on in the country, and that is why they have taken the initiative to go from door to create awareness. Now, if you may note, what has been said in terms of information and also what you're getting as Kenyans, most of it is being passed through TV and radio. When you look at the daily briefings that are being given by the Ministry of Health and also by the government through different ministry, all this is being done through radio or TV. But what about those persons that do not have access to TV, they do not have access to radio? So how else will they be able to know that actually coronavirus exists? It is here in Kenya. It has now moved to the community level. So this is what different NGOs are doing in terms of creating awareness, and this is for those that do not have access to TVs, do not have access to radios, may not even have access to newspaper to read what different articles are saying about this disease. So this NGO has just made it upon themselves to move from door to door. And also what they were able to say is that by moving from this door to door in terms of creating awareness, they have noted that the residents are now able to take the right measures in regards to deal with this disease, and this is in regards to prevention measures, because again, also what is being emphasized is wash your hands, And remember also from what you're watching on our TVs is that we are being taught. Imagine you're being taught how we're supposed to wash our hands, which is not something that we're probably used to. But then people from these other counties which may not have access to TV and radio, now these NGOs are coming to teach them through door to door how best they need to wash their hands. And again, this just in terms of creating awareness, we were doing this with my colleague Ram Aguko, and then this again, that part where I just bring him in to talk about what NGOs are doing. Ram, earlier on we looked at what churches were doing, and at least both of us were in agreement that they are doing something great in terms of helping the vulnerable persons. But we hadn't tackled the issue of Kenyans that do not have access to radio and TV, because like I mentioned earlier, all the information being given out by the government as well as the Ministry of Health and different stakeholders is via TV and radio. That is where we get our daily briefs. But what about these Kenyans in villages, informal settlements, places where they do not even have access to electricity, talk of even TV and radios? And you're seeing NGOs coming out in large numbers, especially in these remote areas, to try and talk to them and teach them how they need to do this. Isn't this a good bid in terms of assisting the government to continue carrying out their plan as we continue fighting coronavirus pandemic?
I've been moving around, not moving around, but looking at how some countries have, in some parts of the country, people have been trying to create awareness. I've seen billboards, posters, even here within KBC, there are things you've put on the walls, just to create awareness. Social distancing, wear a face mask, do blah, blah, blah. If you go to the villages, in the rural areas, there are billboards that have been put in place, even along the roads, to create this awareness. But do you know that there are people who still believe coronavirus does not exist? Well, it is quite alarming when in Kenya there are still cases of people who just ignore these rules. Because if you go to the rural settlements, this COVID-19 awareness is being disregarded, especially in the rural areas. People are still, doing what, it is life as usual. Nothing has changed. Businesses still, yes, have been affected, but if you go to these settlements within the rural areas, people are still, continuing with their day-to-day activities, greeting each other, talking to each other, not putting on face masks in the rural areas. So I think we need to reach out to them. We need to find out how can we best reach out and pass information to them in a way that they can understand, because not all of them are able to understand what is written on the billboards. Remember, the billboards have only one language, English. And if some have Swahili, then good. But not everyone has the ability to understand English or Swahili. It means that we need to reach out to them using their own local dialect. Meaning we need the ability to get information to them in a way that they understand using their vernacular, even if it means radio, because radio is one medium that is rich in most parts of the country, and I'm careful to say that most parts of the country has access to radio. So if at all we can be using our own radio stations, speaking in vernacular to reach out to them, it can be good. Which I've seen in some of the local radio stations. I've seen our local radio stations trying to speak in their language to the people so that they can be able to understand more about COVID-19.
Yeah, and even as you talk about using vernacular languages, because just the way you mentioned, not every Kenyan understands English and Swahili, and probably this might also be the reason why a significant number of Kenyans do not believe that coronavirus pandemic is here with us, and that's why some would even say that it's better for the disease to kill us than hunger to kill us. But I'd love us to briefly look at another sector, which probably will continue unpacking more of what this sector is doing in terms of creating awareness. But due to the interest of time, I just want us to briefly look at this sector. This is the art sector, the music industry sector. Remember that most of persons in this sector, they have had to cancel shows because a significant number of them, this is how they make their money. This is how they do their kind of work and their kind of business. They have to be out probably probably sing or do any kind of artwork, but that has been affected. But how else are they trying to create awareness? A significant number of them are using the online platforms, again, social media, to create content there, to talk to Kenyans, because bear in mind that a good number of artists have a huge following, especially on these social media platforms. So a good number of them have come out individually just to create awareness, talk to Kenyans through music, through encouraging message, to teach them, to sensitize them, and talk to them to better understand more about this disease. And as if that is not enough, also, a section of some of these artists have also come out to help people in their local area. And last week we were also speaking to one of them. This is Refiga, head of Grandpa Records, and telling us what he is doing as an artist, as a producer. So again, this is just what they're doing in terms of creating awareness. So using their online platform, because then also everything is now moving online. So they're using their online platforms to create awareness, to talk to Kenyans, to sensitize them, to teach them how they need to ensure they keep basic hygiene, even as they protect themselves during this pandemic. Now, Ram, very briefly, even as we finish our coronavirus awareness tackle this morning, in terms of artists creating awareness, probably can our Kenyan artists do more than just using online platforms to create awareness about this disease? From your perspective as a person.
Well, I think online is the way. That's my view.
Yeah.
Technology is bringing us empowerment. Technology and online media has brought opportunities that we would not have had in the past. So in my view, I like online media. The way some artists have been able to do it. Look at Nyashinsky. She had, he even released an album through Instagram. We need our artists to embrace online media for them to be able to explore other opportunities so that we don't have to depend on some of these gigs. In COVID-19, in a pandemic like this, would you say that, yes, the gig has affected people, but has it affected online media? No. Let us embrace online media and embrace technology.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. And that, okay, and that's where we wrap it up this morning. Good morning, Kenya's Monday edition. Till tomorrow, my name is Dorina Range. Stay safe, be kind to one another. Good morning.
And I would like to end with a quote this morning. Well, speaking of money, let us not look for money, because money can buy so many things, but money can buy a bed, but not sleep, a clock, but not time, a book, but not knowledge, a position, but not respect, medicine, but not health, amusement, but not happiness, acquaintances, but not friendship, obedience, but not faithfulness, a house, but not a home. God bless you. My name is Aguko, and may God bless the work of your hands.
Are announcing plans to
They toil in the sweltering heat of the midday sun. In the drenching rain and mud, the lack of shelter does not deter them. What comes on your mind when you hear the word Juakali? Juakali is a Swahili word which means hot sun in its literal translation. The Juakali sector in Kenya is an entire industry that comprises small-scale traders and artisans who work on the roadsides and are renowned for their ability to create almost anything on the demand. They rarely have shelter to work under, thus bearing the full brunt of the weather. They bravely endure torrential rains and the blazing sun.
Kama hapo vile unaona hapo hajajengwa. Ningepata kamtaji kiasi, ningeweza kufunika hapa niweke mabati, niweze kupatia mahali kufanyia kazi mahali safe. Ni kama sasa hivi mvua ikiingia, itakuwa na changamoto.
The Juakali sector, as the name suggests, has made many people associate this kind of business with illiteracy, especially given the fact that those who are not privileged to go to school or further their studies opted for Juakali jobs, which are easily available and do not require the job seekers to have skills and knowledge when starting off.
Hata sisi tukiwa shule ilikuwa tunaona Juakali sio sehemu ya hi-fi, ilikuwa kwa watu wamefeli. Lakini kwa ukweli hata ukiangalia research za World Bank na other financial institutions, the main employer in Kenya now is the informal sector.
The new artisans acquire knowledge and skills through the tradition of apprenticeship. Another attraction to the Juakali sector is the fact that it requires far less capital to establish than formal manufacturing, and the machinery and the equipment used is less expensive since most of their production is manual. The Juakali industry also uses mainly recycled materials to make their products, thus reducing further the capital required to start. This sector produces goods mainly for local market, and therefore it helps the country to save on foreign exchange.
We are providing incentives, seeking incentive investors at home and abroad, and cutting red tape to enable business to thrive.
It is unfortunate that the Juakali businesses have not been able to graduate into organized formal businesses, something the government has been thinking about. That is why the government has pledged to expose Juakali products to standard checks that will ensure quality in a bid to meet international standards, hence broadening their market locally, regionally, and internationally.
The policy regulatory space is well articulated and well developed to support the growth of the sector. Those are some of the things we are doing in line with also identifying markets. Because for a manufacturer, until you have a sale, you're really not doing anything. So we are working closely to identify local markets, regional and international markets where manufacturers can sell their goods.
And at the same time, the government have invested heavily in vocational and technical training through establishment of technical and vocational education training, TVET institutions. Each of the 47 counties has 2 of each, and tuition is supported by the county governments. This program will enable the youthful graduates create job opportunities for themselves instead of relying on the governments and donors.
We have established and are working closely with TVET institutions to ensure that we are able to train and certify workers in readiness for these forthcoming opportunities, coupled with a guarantee that at least 70% of all construction materials will be supplied by our local micro, small and medium enterprises.
So the reason we set up the academy is because we realized that there is need to keep upgrading the skills of our members. And in most cases, trainings were generic. But we wanted to come up with very specific trainings for manufacturers. So what we do a needs assessment across the manufacturing sector, our members, identify the key areas that they are grappling with that we could train them on.
The Juakali sector has greatly contributed towards economic development of the country, and this has gotten the attention of the government. The government is boosting small, medium enterprises and Juakali development in Kenya by protecting and institutionalizing of small, medium enterprises in Juakali markets and running costs, access to market and opportunities, access to credit, and capacity building to deepen the skill pool.
Micro, small, and medium enterprises will now enjoy a new revolutionary credit financing scheme referred to as TAWI, designed to offer access to loans at a single-digit interest rate per annum. This strategy is part of unlocking our plenty within our borders.
Njia kusaidia members, one, tunakuwa link kati yao na washikadau kama serikali, financial institutions, tunatafutia njia ya kupata mkopo ya riba ya chini au kupata market kwa vitu zao.
It has potential to contribute immensely towards economic growth of Kenya. It requires greater respect and appreciation that it so richly deserves.
Our national cake expanded by 6.3%, one of the highest growth rates in the world, and in consequence, over 800,000 new jobs were created, especially in the informal sector.
Nitachukua fursa hii kupongeza Rais wetu wa Kenya, Jamhuri ya Kenya, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, kwa sababu wakati tulilia kwake atusaidie. Sasa hizi tumeanza, miradi imeanza, renovation ya ofisi imeanza, inafanywa, mmeona. Incinerator inatengenezwa, iko karibu kuisha. Kuna sheds 3 zinafaa ijengwe upya na renovation za other sheds.
Sasa naamini the government of Kenya delivers.
I found out that my father is in Patliputra. How did you get to know about Acharya it? Chanakya told me. But he is not telling me who.
They killed your grandfather, and they set your hut on fire.
I've learned how to please the authority in order to use the power in my favor.
Acharya Chanakya cannot hide the truth in front of Emperor Bindusar. Do you know who my father is?
Yes.
I must tell the truth to His Highness.
It's just fantasy. Caught in a landslide.
Since late last year, the coronavirus COVID-19 has emerged as a serious healthcare threat. This is an infection that has gone global and no one has been spared. The government, through the Ministry of Health, has put in measures to keep Kenyans safe against COVID-19, which is currently rampant around the world, with new confirmed infections and death cases daily. Such sanitization and screening of visitors at this border post and across every entry point in the country is very vital in preventing the spread of the disease in the country.
I'm very happy about the screenings that are going on in Tanzania and Kenya. I think it's very proactive that you're thinking about stopping it at the border so that it does not spread.
It is scary that a single cough here can lead to an outbreak of epic proportions. In order to prevent that, the government has instituted measures to keep Kenyans safe.
The facility has all the equipments you need, from handling a basic patient up to ICU setting.
However, you also have a role to play in preventing spread of infections.
Members of the public are encouraged to remain vigilant as the risk is still high. Let's maintain basic hand and respiratory hygiene.
It's just our general hygiene.
okay? And that now means at workplaces, we should ensure that our work surfaces are free.
Always ensure that nimefanya proper sanitation ya mikono. Every time na board matatu, lazima ni sanitize mikono.
We have faced many severe challenges as a nation, and we have always found a way to rise above them. COVID-19 is no different, and will overcome the pandemic. Stop coronavirus. Follow all directives from the Ministry of Health. Wash your hands properly.
On the next episode of Elena's Ghost.
I know where to find Elena's baby. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? How much then? How much will that information cost? Listen.
Your grandmother's inheritance doesn't belong to you. All that money belonged to my father.
No. No. You don't exist. No. There's no way that dear medium could have put the idea of you being alive inside my head. No.
Next on.
Kwa nini kila wakati una uhasama na familia yangu lakini?
Familia yenu ni ajabu na naona fahari kubwa sana kuchuma fedha kutoka kwenu nyinyi.
Sipatikani kwa hivi sasa, zimesitishwa. Ni hisa za kampuni ya Yanshu. Sawa, chukua na nyingine.
Hilo halina shaka, msijali kabisa.
Kupoteza kampuni ni jambo zuri On the next episode of Corner.
Tiso, you made me a promise.
But I've been told any mondiani.
And Binti was asking all sorts of leading questions, which means that someone
talked. Binti anakuanga na macho kama ya mwewe na masikio kama ya mbwa. Jemo almost raped Jackie.
When?
I was thinking it'll be okay. On the next episode of Corner.
Tiso, you made me a promise.
But I've been told any mondiani.
And Binti was asking all sorts of leading questions, which means that someone talked.
Binti anakuanga na macho kama ya mwewe na masikio kama ya mbwa. Jemo almost raped Jackie.
When?
I was thinking it'll be okay.
Albert Einstein became world famous, in itself an unusual achievement for a scientist. In popular culture, his name has become synonymous with great intelligence and genius. Einstein was born in Germany in 1879 and he died in 1955. But 2005 marked the 100th anniversary of the release of 3 of his most influential scientific papers, documents which revolutionized humankind's understanding of the universe. In 1905, he wrote 3 seminal papers that are still without match in the scientific community. All 3 are symbols of what is known as Einstein's miracle year. The man who postulated the formula E equals mc squared was honored in the world's largest exhibit of its kind at New York City's American Museum of Natural History. The museum has devised many scientific interactive displays aimed at explaining in simple terms the genius of Einstein's theories concerning light, gravity, and time. The time display illustrates Einstein's radical understanding that the length of any interval of time varies according to how fast the clock and the observer are moving. The gravity section illustrates, via an interactive display, how Einstein considered gravity not as a force, but as the effect of massive objects warping space-time. As a young man, Einstein muddled through the Polytechnic School in Zurich and failed to find a job in a university. In 1939, physicist Leo Szilard enlisted Einstein's help to write a letter to President Franklin Roosevelt, urging him to begin a study of nuclear fission for military purposes, as a group of physicists believed the Nazi government would be the first to develop atomic weapons. Roosevelt took note of the letter and initiated the massive Manhattan Project, which ultimately developed the atomic bombs dropped on Japan in 1945. Einstein himself did not work on the bomb project. The Enola Gay, a B-29 Superfortress bomber, dropped Little Boy, the first atomic bomb ever used in warfare, when the United States Army Air Force attacked Hiroshima in Japan on August 6, 1945. It's believed that more than 140,000 people died by the end of the year as a result of that bomb, and the total number who died will probably never be established. Einstein was held in such high regard by his peers and politicians that his letter initiated the development of the nuclear bomb. Einstein's impact on society went beyond the world of physics and astronomy. He was not a politician, but held political and moral views which may have, in the view of the public, helped separate him from his scientific peers. Einstein continued to contribute to science even decades after his death. A handful of researchers, like Dr. Marion Cleaves Diamond, have had the opportunity to study portions of Einstein's brain, which was preserved, without permission, by Dr. Thomas Harvey, a pathologist who conducted an autopsy on Einstein in 1955. He remained in possession of the brain and allowed only a few scientists to conduct research with samples of the brain tissue. Today, the bulk of Einstein's brain is in the possession of the Medical Center at Princeton. Einstein's brain had statistically significantly higher levels of glial cells in his parental lobe of the left cerebral hemisphere, an area believed to be particularly useful in skills related to physics. Other studies have indicated that certain areas of Einstein's brain that could be related to scientific thought were wider than average. But whether it's the study of his anatomy, physics, philosophy, genius, or biography, it's clear that Einstein remains an icon to the scientific world and the public alike to this day.
A very good morning to you. I'm Daniel Wahom and welcome to Sports Check on KBC Channel 1. It is a Monday morning, not much happening in the world of sport, but we've got to keep rolling on and holding on conversations about our athletes as staying fit, not just physically, but also mentally. We also have good conversations in football. What is it that the Kenyan Premier League wants from the Confederation of African Football? They've written a protest letter saying that the finalization of the Kenyan Premier League was, amongst other things, not procedural. So those are some of the conversations that we're going to be having this morning. But before we do that, let's take a look at our reporter's diary, part of what's going on this morning. The Cabinet Secretary for Sport, Ambassador Mohammed, and the Cabinet Secretary for ICT, Joseph Bushero, they will be at the Kenya National Theatre today, and they will be giving details as to how the 100 million shillings that is meant for artists, musicians, and people in the creative sector how much that money is going to be how it's going to be dispersed. So that's part of what we will be looking at today. Coronavirus updates today from the National Emergency and Response Committee. The Kenya Medical and Practitioners and Dentists Union will be giving their weekly briefing too, plus updates from Kisumu and Mombasa from our reporting team. But before we get into our first conversation, let us take a look at the Corona fact sheet, because this pandemic has disrupted our social routine in the wake of strict guidelines issued by the government in an effort to control the spread of the virus. Well, the unknowns of what's coming next is bound to worry all and sundry. Parents remain susceptible to introducing measures that could adverse their children. But what should parents do to offer calm and provide predictable routines? Purity Musel with that report.
Start with the neonates and the infants. These are those who are less than 1 year. They are some of the most vulnerable groups in the population. For this age group of children, they really depend on their caregivers, on their parents for their well-being. They need to breastfeed, they need to be taken to the immunization clinics, and they also need other health service delivery that pertains to their age. So in this period of COVID, for them, what we say is that the parents should keep up with the structure that they've set up in the home. The feeding times, the resting times, the playing times, and such. The parents should also ensure that they take care of themselves, because the child actually feels the stress in the parents, and it can destabilize a child. When the parent is visiting a place that will have people with the child, for example, the clinic, for these children, you don't put on masks. They are too young, so what we tell the parents to do is that if you can cover the child, we see very many women covering the child with blankets or with a kitamba, that's okay, but you never put a mask on a very young child's face. Also for this age group, we don't recommend use of the sanitizers. They have a very high alcohol content, and this can cause either dermatitis in the child because of that very high alcohol content, but also because of their thin skin, the alcohol can get absorbed into the child's system through the skin. So we don't really recommend use of hand sanitizers. It's best to just wash, and also put mittens on the child so that people don't keep touching your child. And yeah, social distancing is very key.
That is the Corona fact sheet, and it is presented by Purity Museo. You can get to watch that fact sheet every day on KBC Channel 1 on Darubini at 7 p.m. and also on NewsHour from 9 p.m. We now get into conversations that have got to do with sport, and this is not just about the physical activity, but also the mental health of athletes. And to speak about that, we've got sports and performance psychologist Kanyali Lako. She has represented the country in swimming and has held national records. She's got 2 master's degrees in psychology, and she has served as an intellectual impairment classifier for the Special Olympics. And getting into this conversation straight, Kanyali, a very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you this morning and get into this conversation because everyone is talking about the subject of mental health. The conversations have been there and they are getting louder, they're getting more prominent at the moment, unlike what it was probably 3 or say 5 years ago or say at the last Olympic cycle. So starting from there, how do we get into this mental health discussion and how and where we are today, especially in the world of sport?
Okay. Thank you so much, Daniel, and thanks to the viewers listening. I kind of prepared a presentation just for this particular talk, so I can air that now.
All right. Yes, you can go ahead. So I know your face will be somewhere up at the corner.
Yes. Okay. I can start?
Yes, you can start.
Okay, so basically today we are just going to be going through understanding what's happening mentally with the athletes in with this current pandemic, and also how the athletes can deal with these particular psychological effects. So we are going to basically tackle the questions that you've asked me. So why is mental health important? And also, I would like to single out and talk about the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist.
Oh, yes, that would be very important.
Yes. We will also cover, so as I mentioned, how athletes can cope and the effects that COVID has had on them mentally. And then finally, you talked about classification of para-athletes. So I'll also touch on that just a little bit.
Yes, we will touch that at the very end. So we could just start with what brings out, the mental health issues, especially for sport, with two viewpoints before the coronavirus pandemic and now in the world changed by the coronavirus pandemic.
Yes. Okay. So basically, as you mentioned, mental health has not been something that has been tackled as openly as it should be. And it is also just such an integral and essential component of health. So we say that there's no health without mental health. So it's very important to have these particular conversations. However, over the past decade, there's been more awareness and more knowledge about mental health and how to improve this particular subject. Like I mentioned, I will talk about the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist. So a psychiatrist is a medical doctor, okay? So they can prescribe medications, and a lot of the times they spend with their patients on what is called medication management and a course of treatment. So basically, again, psychiatrists are doctors, like they went to medical school. Whereas psychologists usually focus on psychotherapy and treating the emotional and mental sufferings in patients with behavioral interventions. So it's important to note that a psychologist is not a medical doctor and they can't prescribe medication. However, the two usually work together.
All right.
Now, tackling the effects of COVID-19 on our athletes, we'll have noticed that there has been a rise in depression and anxiety, maybe strained relationships, drug abuse. And the reason for this is, for starters, athletes are so used to being on the go constantly, right? And so what's now happening is, now with the downtime, with a lot of downtime that they have, a lot of people have time to sit with their thoughts. And if you don't have the particular tools, which I will talk about shortly, to handle particular negative thoughts and emotions that come in, this is what brings about the rise in the various things I've talked about.
All right. So
sorry?
Kanyali, moving forward, okay, so you've mentioned about, the way athletes, they are always on the go, and they also have a form of camaraderie that they always engage in. So looking at those two factors, the other one that I would like is the lack of activity. For example, in athletics, all Diamond League meetings are cancelled. So athletes who rely on these meetings to make their income. You could also mention that.
I didn't catch you. Could you please repeat the question?
All right, let me repeat this. You've mentioned about, the social, from the social point of view. Let's talk about the financial, especially for those, for example, athletics, where they earn their living by, going out to the races that are out in Europe, or for example, like the Continental Tour Gold that Kenya was to host about 10 days ago. You could tell us more now from that part.
Again, I didn't catch you. I'm so sorry.
All right, let me say it once again. Economic pressure, because earnings are reduced at the moment for most sportsmen with no activity.
Yes. So, if I understand correct, you're asking what's happening to the athletes who have lost the physical, the way they used to train before?
Yes, and also their earning capabilities have been reduced.
Yes, yes, exactly. So the thing is that's happening is that the athletes are now having to train at home. They have to, and particularly this is such an important year for sport. It's because it was supposed to be the Olympic year, and a lot of athletes usually, this is basically their income. So they're about to be faced with lack of energy, depressed moods, irritability, increase of negative self-talk. And the reason for this is not only that they're not able to train properly, they're not able to train with the teammates, they're not able to get the talks from their coaches or meet with the team managers based on the different sports. And in as much as, yes, we're trying to shift into this online programming, for some people, they just need the coach or the presence of the coach with them or their teammates with them. So what's happening is that they're losing that catharsis or that emotional outlet that comes with training in this particular way. And so their emotions are festering, and these need to be released before they manifest negatively.
Right, good. Now let's move on. So what are the tools that athletes should use to cope, and what are the options available for them?
Okay, so the reason why it's so important to have these particular tools is because they'll not only help you improve your well-being, so now the overall well-being will be improved. So your thoughts, your emotions, and your behavior. So some of the tools in which athletes can use are, for example, finding creative ways to express themselves. And this has been known to be able to tackle the negative emotions that's coming with this pandemic. So, for example, an athlete can learn to play an instrument, they can journal or write down their particular feelings, they can do abstract art. So, whatever form of art that an athlete is interested in, they should tackle this, and this will be able to help them not only express but also release the emotions positively. Other ways in which athletes can cope in this particular time is that they need to remind themselves of their intrinsic motivators. So that's what is the reason you as an athlete started this sport. So right now, you have mentioned before, the extrinsic factors are not there. So the income is not coming in as much. They're not getting recognition. They're not able to compete. So all of these external or outside factors have now been immediately removed from the athlete, and this may leave them feeling empty and confused. So they need to now start working on why. So the why of the sport. So why do I like this sport? Why did I start this anyway? So this will help them now shift, and as they're particularly training or coping through, they'll be able to remind themselves of this particular why. Another way is routines. Routines are so important. So make sure the athlete needs to make sure that they're sleeping at the same time, eating at the same time, making sure that they are busy throughout the day so that they don't have time to fester on the negative emotions that they may be feeling. They can also talk it out with teammates or coaches or family members, with people that they trust. Because I know, like I mentioned earlier, this is not a particular topic that is talked about as much. So if you have trusted people that you can talk to and share with, especially people in team sports, you can have conversations around the areas on what's happening, and you can also help each other out. And then finally, you can ask for help also if it gets too much. So you can seek counsel from sports psychologists like myself. And it's important to know that it's okay to ask for help. Like, um, let's stop with the stigmatization of the topic around mental health. So it's just how you would go to a doctor for a knee pain or a back pain. It's just the same way you can seek mental health or counsel.
So, Kanyali, want to come to the final part, and this is where it comes to seeking help. And let's bring out the realities of how psychology is approached from the academia and the way they do it in Europe, in the Canada, the US, or think of Australia and New Zealand. How do you now try and integrate it into the African society? Not everything that's in Europe has been adopted, and that means that you've got to fit into the cultural dynamics. For example, if you've got to go to a Muslim group, then how would you approach them? Or if you go to a place, or in what we'd call small town Kenya, where things are still conservative, how do you integrate this matters now to people who are living there and still attached to their culture?
Yes. So yes, like you've mentioned, a lot of research is done based on first world. But I think an important aspect is that like you mentioned earlier, that I used to swim for the country. So like I have been in sports as a local for a really long time. So I am able to do the research from the European or American world, and then able to bring it back into the African context. So you've mentioned, yes, it's still not a particular subject that is talked about. But if you remember earlier, what I mentioned, the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist. So working with a psychologist does not mean that you have a problem mentally, which is something that a lot of the people in the African context perceive. So it's just important to keep reminding. So as I'm bringing in and understanding, with the understanding that I have of our local community, also just keeping on reminding people that seeking a psychologist or working with a psychologist does not mean that you have a mental problem. It's just taking care of another aspect of your health.
And that brings out something that in sport, modern sport, if you look at high performance athletes across the world, those we may be seeing it on European television and all that, they work with psychologists, and not because they've got a problem, but to work towards their performance and how they approach matters. Give us a case that you would like to give us, having worked, for example, in the Greek league.
Yes. So the reason why, athletes need their coaches, so their teammates first of all, their coaches. They usually have a physiotherapist to work with them on any physical ailments that they may have. And they also work with team sports psychologists. So an athlete has a very hectic lifestyle. Okay. So, and we have to remember that the athlete is a human being first at the end of the day. So they also have family relationships, they have other relationships and other things that happen within their lives before they get into the competitive nature of sports. So a psychologist will just help them able to manage all of these particular pressures that they are bound to receive from very many different areas of aspects of their lives. And so, yes, it is very important to seek the counsel of a psychologist just to help you manage and still be able to thrive and perform to your best.
Then the most important thing when somebody is seeking help, especially from a psychologist, the Swahili word with that phrase that's used a lot is fungua roho. You've got to open up and bring out a lot of matters that at times are very personal. So the one question everyone's going to do and can't be sold, can't be bought, can't be traded, and can be lost, just at the snap of a finger, is trust. How is this bond of trust held?
So the thing is, it's important to know that this happens overnight, okay? It's a process. So just as the athlete has been training physically, you know how it takes, like, for example, 4 years to train for a particular race in the Olympics, right? You're going for training every day, you're eating right, you're doing all the necessary things that you need to. So it's the same way, and just the same way you build your trust with your coach that way, is the same way that you will have to build your trust with the psychologist. So the psychologist is the professional. They're able to walk and guide you into be able to open up. Okay, so it's like a team effort. We meet each other in the middle. Okay, and just knowing that over time, the relationship is bound. In 2 weeks, some of them happen in 2 months. It's all about patience and understanding, because also people are different. Everybody has a different background, and like you said, we are not particularly used to funguaing roho. So it's just about taking time and understanding, and then just creating that particular bond. So just the way you would create a relationship with anybody is the same way that this particular relationship is created and deepened over time.
Now, Kanyali, finally, let me come up to something, the final point I'd like to talk about, and this is the Special Olympians, athletes who've got intellectual impairment. And so the next Special Olympic Games will be in 2023. That is the Summer Games. Next year, we're expected to have the Winter Games, but for Kenya, it's just the Summer Games, 2023. So you could briefly tell us, as we wind this down, how you classify the Special Olympians and also how to work with them at these times.
Okay. So yes, there's a process of classifying para-athletes, and what this particularly means is that we are able to group together people who are eligible to perform together. So this is because there are so many different types of impairments, and it won't be fair for everybody to get. So there's usually 3 different kinds of impairments. So there's visual, there's physical, and there's intellectual, which is what I do. So intellectual impairment is working with athletes with a limitation to their intellectual functioning. And so this means that they don't have particularly the social and practical adaptive skills as able-bodied athletes do. So usually what happens is classifiers work together in groups of 2 or 3, and they're usually trained by the International Federation. And this is, so how we work with the athlete is athlete based on 3 different things, okay? So it's, does the athlete have an eligible impairment? Does the athlete's impairment meet the criteria of the disabilities? And also, it has which sport is this athlete competing in?
All right.
And to answer your second point to this is that, yes, the same way we are taking care of our able-bodied athletes is the same way we need to take care of our para-athletes. So the same tools that they're using are the same that I mentioned earlier, are the same tools and the same help that we should give our para-athletes as well.
Thank you very much, Kanyali Lako. She's a sports and performance psychologist. She's also represented the country, and this is in swimming, still holds some national records. Thank you very much for your time this morning and give us the insights into mental health and also on the Special Olympians, athletes with intellectual impairment. Thank you very much for that this morning, and we'll keep up with that conversation. We'll be moving on to a discussion about football, specifically the Kenyan Premier League versus FKF, and now the communication is with CAF. We'll be coming to that and speaking with the chair of the Kenyan Premier League Limited, Ambrose Rachir, who's also the chairman of Gor Mahia. But before we do that, let us go over to Mombasa and join our reporter who's there. And it's all about the coronavirus situation and some of the ways the public is being helped.
The administration is complete to the grassroots. Number two, there are parallel teams working on the exercise without a team leader at the sub-county level. The two teams of Red Cross and the sub-county administration should have a single and a clearly identifiable team leader. This will lessen confusion and conflict in the field, as each team has a parallel chain of reporting. Number three, if number two above, that is the single reporting place, fails, then only one team should be in charge of the exercise. So that my statement in English reaches there. Lakini kwa ufupi nasema kwamba serikali ya Kenya kupitia kwa president imetoa kazi kwa ajili ya vijana. Hasa sana katika wale ambao wanaishi katika mitaa ya mabanda, ili wakapate kupewa kazi ikapate kuwasaidia katika kipindi hiki cha COVID-19. Na katika kazi hizo Mombasa County imepewa nafasi 6,000. Nafasi 6,000. Sasa katika hizo nafasi 6,000 Changamwe haijapewa nafasi hata moja. Hata moja Changamwe haijapewa nafasi hata moja. Na zimepewana kwa watu wa Nyali, zimepeanwa Kisauni, zimepeana Jomvu. Changamwe imeachwa bila nafasi hata moja. Sasa swali ambalo tunauliza ni hivi: nani alisema kwamba watu wa Changamwe ni matajiri, kwamba hawahitaji kazi? Nani alisema katika Changamwe hakuna watu wanakaa katika mitaa ya mabanda? Nani alisema katika Changamwe hakuna mayouth ambao wanahitaji hizi kazi? Na hiki ndicho kitu nasema kwamba nafasi zetu za kazi kama wakazi wa Changamwe ni mpaka tukapate kupatiwa. Mpaka tupewe nafasi zetu, na tutakaa wala tutapumzika. Tutaweza kuandamana, tutafanya lolote ili kazi zetu tukapate kupatiwa. Na message hii, ujumbe huu unahitaji kumfikia county commissioner na bwana Kitio, na umfikie bwana Elungata regional commissioner, kwa sababu hii ni exercise ya national government. Hatuoni sababu gani Changamwe ikose kupewa nafasi, na tukiangalia kwa usawa kabisa, kama ni mitaa ya mabanda Changamwe inaongoza katika county ya Mombasa. Mitaa ya mabanda ya Mlolongo, ukipita Dungonuse, Kalahari, Hodi, huko chini hata Bokole, kote huko ni mitaa ya mabanda.
Hata ibinzeji wote wako nyumbani, hawana kazi.
Sasa
ibinzeji na wanaume wote wako nyumbani.
Sasa hatuwezi kusema kwamba tutakaa na nafasi zetu zinachukuliwa na watu wengine. Hiyo haitawezekana. Nataka watu wajue hivyo, kwamba watu wa Changamwe wamesema itawezekana. Tunataka nafasi zetu za kazi. Hivi nimeona watu wa Nyali wakienda kazini. Vijana wa Nyali wakienda kazini, manake waliajiriwa. Lakini Changamwe sijaona wa vijana wanaenda kazini popote. Kwa maana hawana kazi, hakupewa kazi. Kwa hivyo sasa tunasema kwamba kazi zetu tunataka. La pili ni tunataka kuadvise governor wa Mombasa pamoja na administration yake kwamba chakula hiki ambacho kinapeanwa kweli kimesaidia baadhi ya watu, lakini majina ambayo yalikusanywa na wazee wa mitaa na nyumba 10 imekuwa yenye ubaguzi kabisa. Ubaguzi mkubwa kabisa. Na kuna tetezi kila pahali, manake nimepita nikiwa volunteer wa exercise hii, kila pahali nikasikia watu wanaongea nikiwa tu na nyamaza, watu wanaongea kwamba walipeana majina na mzee wa mtaa alienda akabadilisha akaweka majina ya watu wa nyumbani kwake akatoa, kwa sababu wewe ni misingi ya dini, wewe si Muislamu, wewe ni Mkristo, jina lako linatolewa linawekwa la Muislamu. Final list ilipokuja ikaacha watu wengi sana nje. Kwa hivyo,
and what they are speaking about is the unfair distribution of food that is meant to help them overcome some of the pressures that are there with the coronavirus pandemic, considering that Mombasa County is one where there is a lot of restrictions and the cessation of movement regulations have been set in such a way that you cannot move in and out of the county. And then there is also Old Town, where there is total cessation of movement within that place. No hawking, no gatherings, no sale of food from eateries after those measures were put in to control the spread of the coronavirus. Now, before we get into a conversation about the Kenyan Premier League, let's get a look at our reporter's diary. Oh, and welcome back. And it is time for Sports Check with me, Daniel Wahome. Our sign language interpreter is Lucy Maura. We continue with our conversation now, and we move on to football and a lot of interesting things happening in the world. Because on the 30th of April 2020, Football Kenya Federation announced the finalization and the annulment of the 2019-2020 Kenyan football season. Most of the leagues were finalized with winners declared, and also an announcement was made about teams promoted and relegated. One of the leagues that was annulled is the Women's Premier League, by virtue of most of the teams having played just one match by the time the announcement was being made. And this is after play has not taken place in the Kenyan Premier League for the last 2 months. And this is after most of the gatherings and public stadia were closed down, and also distancing rules were put in place. So what is the story of the Kenyan Premier League? Gor Mahia were declared the champions, while Sony Sugar and Chamelil Sugar were relegated. When it comes to the National Super League, which is the feeder league for the Kenyan Premier League, Nairobi City Stars were declared champions and promoted to the KPL for the next season. Then the other team that was promoted were Bidco United. Vihiga United, who were third in the National Super League, were expected to play against Kisumu All Stars, who were third from bottom in the playoff that determines who gets promoted or relegated to the KPL. And so far, after all that was done, the Kenyan Premier League protested the finalization of the league by FKF, and they have written to CAF. And from the letter as they did that, and the report that they gave after communicating to CAF, they said that the decision was not procedural. There's also the fact that the Kenyan Premier League Limited's memorandum of understanding with Football Kenya Federation to administer the top division of men's football runs until the 24th of September 2020. And to get into this conversation, we're joined by Ambrose Rachir, advocate of the High Court and also chairman of Gor Mahia FC, and also chairman of the Kenyan Premier League Limited. Mr. Rachir, a very good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right. Now, Mr. Rachir, let's first get into this, and with the communication that was sent out to the Confederation of African Football, and with regard to the finalization of the KPL as was announced last month by FKF, the main grounds for giving this protest to CAF.
Well, first of all, I would like to say that I find myself in a very difficult position, and I have variously, at various times, pleaded the conflict of interest on matters relating to the declaration of Gor Mahia Football Club as the league champions for this year. It will be understood that as part of corporate governance, it is normally a very professional thing to declare a conflict of interest where you indeed have a conflict of interest. I am at the same time chairman of yes, sir. Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Hello.
Continue, Mr. Achir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, continue, Mr. Achir.
Yeah, thank you. So what I am saying is that I am at the same time the chairman of the Kenyan Premier League and also the chairman of Gor Mahia Football Club. And as can be understood, I am wearing two caps as chairman of the league and the chairman of Gor Mahia. So I find myself in a very difficult position where I appear to be one side expected to celebrate the declaration of my club as the winners. At the same time, I chair the body that is charged with the declaration, properly speaking, declaring the champions, that is the Kenyan Premier League. So I have pleaded that and said I would not want to participate substantively on saying whether it is right or wrong. And I always plead, as a lawyer, I plead the rule of law. Let what law says take place. Because it will be remembered that I cannot stop the federation from taking the name of Gor Mahia to CAF. They have done it. I have the power to do that. At the same time, I cannot be seen to be contradicting the opinion or the position taken by the majority of the Kenyan Premier League, which comprises 18 teams. So I find myself in some kind of quagmire. Thank you.
That has been sent out is as the body that had been mandated, that is the Kenyan Premier, the KPL Limited, to administer the top division of football in this country. Is that how much consultation have you wanted and also have had with the Football Kenya Federation, despite the contestations that have been there for the past 5 years?
There has been no consultation whatsoever. What I got to hear for the first time, of course, was from the federation when the president tweeted and said, Gor Mahia are the champions. You see, there was no consultation before that. Similarly, there has been no consultation between the KPL and the federation while forwarding the name of Gor Mahia to CAF as the representatives of Kenya. And we've seen announcements here and there, but I would want to say that as far as KPL is concerned, we have not had any kind of consultation.
So moving on is another thing, and I would like to make some references to those statutes from CAF. And number one is that all leagues, and this is Article 12 of the statutes, is that clubs affiliated to a member, or in which case for Kenya would be Football Kenya Federation, would be governed by the statutes of that. And also there is the fact that when it comes to leagues, they become subordinate to the national federation. But given the Kenyan scenario, which is also found in South Africa, also in Germany, also in England, where you've got a body that administers the top division or probably the first two divisions of football in the world, how has this been working for Kenya with the KPL, say, since 2008?
Well, since 2008, when I have also been the chairman of Gor Mahia Football Club, what I have always witnessed is that the KPL has been mandated to run the league and also to declare the winner. But this mandate is contained in some kind of memorandum of understanding between the federation and the KPL, where the authority to run the league or the mandate to run the league is delegated to the professional body that is the Kenya Premier League. This is quite in consonance with as you have just pointed out, with the best practices in the world. This is what you find in Bundesliga. This is what you find in the EPL, the English Premier League, in the PSL in South Africa, in La Liga in Spain, and in League in Serie A in
Italy.
In Italy. So this is a practice world over where the federations cede the power to run the league to other bodies. So in the case of Kenya, the power to do so has been delegated to the Kenyan Premier League, and the current memorandum of understanding expires on 24th September 2020. So as it were, one would have expected that it is the Kenyan Premier League that should declare the winner. But since the exercise is on behalf of the federation, it becomes arguable whether it was proper for the federation to declare the league, or that it's the KPL that should have declared the league. I mean, it's the gray area in terms of talking at it from a legal point of view, but from a practical point of view, going by precedent, it should be the Kenya Premier League that should have declared the winner. But the authority charged with notifying the federation, the CAF, of who the winner is the federation, without doubt, and they have gone ahead to do that, and we wait to see really what happens. I am aware that there has been correspondence from the Kenyan Premier League testing this move, and that is perhaps why it is necessary to have this discussion or this debate. Thank you.
All right. The other thing that I would like to mention is that when it comes to disputes, especially when they are referred to CAF, and this is as per, when it comes to the article that deals with disputes from the statutes, and one of them is 53.6. It's in disputes referred to the competent bodies of CAF, the national associations may not, and this is apart from their bona fide members, be assisted by a person belonging to one of the bodies of CAF. And the other one is that for this to happen, then you'd need probably to involve the strategic committee of CAF, and it is basically charged with ensuring that that there is a good structure and relations between federations, clubs, leagues, and players. How do you want to have this resolved for the good of the game?
Well, thank you very much. You are quite right in what you have just stated. The unfortunate thing is that I don't think the clubs or the leagues have a voice in CAF. I do not. I've not seen a situation where CAF is sitting to make a decision between a dispute between a club or the league and the federation. I think the federation is the one mandated to speak on behalf of football in this country, and that is really what complicates the equation that we have. That CAF would rather listen to the association, the federation, rather than to the league. The dispute should properly be justiciable within our local tribunal, much as I have seen some quarters saying that this tribunal does not have authority to hear matters that concern the federation. I read something from FIFA recently, which I found very, 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 very strange. But what I'm saying very, very, very briefly is that this is a matter that ought to be resolved within our local jurisdiction, rather than having it escalate to the CAF in Egypt.
If you go through the local parts, would you be going to the Sports Dispute Tribunal, or would you be looking for an independent party, to resolve this impasse?
First of all, I thought that the best way is that we have an organ called a joint FKF KPL body, where normally matters relating, for example, to the running operation of the league and other matters football, it should be adjudicated. And it was something very well. Somehow it's gone become moribund. It's not functioning, but I believe that that is where we should go, so that the dispute about who has authority to declare the winner of the league and whether it was done procedurally or that this can still be done where the president of the federation and the chairman of the league and other members, the board is properly constituted, can sit and get this matter resolved without having it escalate either to go to the tribunal or to go to CAF. I think it's a matter that can be resolved through consultation or through being tabled in this body that I have just referred to. And this body is recognized under the memorandum of understanding between the Federation and the KPL that where the mandate to run the league has been delegated to the KPL.
Move on to another matter, because the KPL exists and this conversation is there because of a memorandum of understanding that has been there to have KPL Limited. This is a company that, you know, that has got shares. It's limited by guarantee rather than, you know, by ordinary shares. It's just limited, and it has had one function: administer the top division of men's football in the country. Given the conversations that are there, and that the current MOU is scheduled to run until the 24th of September 2020, what is the way forward for KPL?
I think, first of all, the KPL should we should meet. I as chairman, I feel that the KPL should meet even like the type of virtual meeting that we normally have in view of the challenges that we have with this the corona. Physical meeting will not be possible. Virtual meeting will definitely be possible, at which the members, first of all, should resolve as to the way to go, the way forward, as a starting point, and say, do we want to challenge the decision of the majority of the members, whatever way it goes? I think that is the first thing that should really happen, that we should have a meeting at the KPL. And once the KPL takes a position, that whatever position it takes, it should then engage the federation in pursuance of the provision I've just referred to, that is using that joint body of the federation and the KPL, and try to see if the matter can be resolved there. If it is resolved there, then it does not need to go beyond that. But usually, when there is a complete impasse and the matter needs to be adjudicated upon, I think the provisions of the Sports Act are pointing directly to the Sports Disputes Tribunal. I do not see us as KPL going to take this thing beyond into another forum or into another body, the adjudicating body. I believe that the final body should be the Sports Dispute Tribunal.
Now, the other one that I would like to bring in, and this is got to do with the KPL again itself, is the liabilities, things that are monies that are owed, for example, in terms of prize money. Maybe this season may be different, but any monies that are owed, you know, somebody who would list KPL as a creditor, no pay TV partner at the moment, and also no title sponsor for that. So what's the way forward with clubs that may be having claims against KPL?
Well, KPL has no money at all. It's completely with the departure of the sports person and with the inability to get another sponsor. KPL has no money whatsoever. Liabilities may be there, and I think it's open to the creditors to decide what they might want to do with the liabilities. Say, for example, the landlord that we had in Western, we have to move work over there because the rent looks very high. We moved to a place where the rent has been reduced almost to one third, but the liability towards the landlord in the previous landlord is there, and if they want, it's for them really to either understand or to make a claim. If they make a claim, they would be taking us into levels of insolvency. But if, as they appear to understand, they are prepared to wait, and that's what we advise other creditors to just wait in the hope that we should be able to get a sponsor and be able to then honor our debts as we used to do when we had a sponsor or any other source of funds. So that's the advice that I would, the position I would advise creditors to take, because you can't get blood out of stone. As it is, KPL has no money at all. Even we do not know how we are going to run the league when it resumes. But here, for example, has not been paid the league award money for the last league winning the league. So this is some we are part of the creditors wearing another hat as chairman of Olma here. We are owed money by the KPL, so I am like demanding money from myself.
Well, it doesn't get to a point where you've got to borrow from Peter to pay Paul, as they would say at the moment. But one final thing, Mr. Richard, that I'd like to mention is, given some of the pronouncements that have been made, that the probability is, if the incumbent office is re-elected when the FKF elections are held, then the possibility is they may not renew the MOU with them, because like happens everywhere in the world, it's operating under running the league technically under license. While one of the other candidates, Sam Nyamwe, has said, quite different from what he's previously said, is that let the top division be run by KPL Limited. Where does that leave this administration body that administers the top division? Where does it leave it as a going concern?
A very good question. Very, very good question. So the position is this, that as you rightly said at the beginning of this conversation, that the authority to run football in this country is vested in the federation and is only delegated to the Kenyan Premier League as a result of best practices the world over. So as the memorandum expires in 24th of September this year, it is completely within the power of the federation to not renew it if they choose. So that if this the current chairman is elected and he decides not to renew the MOU, so be it, because that will be his office's discretion to exercise. It will be a very unfortunate thing, because it's like going back to Egypt from Canaan. In other words, once it's been established the world over that the best practice is to delegate the running of football to professional bodies who have only the sole business of running the league, it will be foolhardy for anybody to really say that we cannot, we want to run the league ourselves as a federation, as it is at the moment. I think the federation is facing great challenges even in running the even the division, the National Super League, from which feeds the KPL every year with two teams promoted. That is already a challenge in itself. So it will be biting too much to chew if again the federation will be saddled with running the league. But as I say, maybe the Canada they may want to delegate elsewhere or run it themselves, which I think will be taking on too much load.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambrose Rachir, a person who's got two hearts, Chairman, Gor Mahia FC, and also Chairman of the Kenyan Premier League, giving us the status of where the Kenyan Premier League Limited, the firm that has been created to administer the top division of men's football, which we know as the Kenyan Premier League, where they are, and also some of the ways they're trying to resolve the impasse they had with Football Kenya Federation on the announcement of the league winners, the finalization and the annulment of leagues, and also where they are as an institution going forward and what it bodes for Kenyan football. Continue the conversation on Sports Check this morning. Lucy Mwaura takes a break from sign language duties and taking over at the moment at the bottom right of your screen is Byron Abule. So we will be getting into more conversations. And what's our next conversation? It's our neighbor out west, the country that decided that they are the bedroom of the East Africa community. Kenya and Tanzania are the living room and the dining room. That was according to their president. And what is it like there? What's the coronavirus situation where they have had stricter regulations than what has been in Kenya? What we've considered, people would say Eastleigh and Old Town in Mombasa would be a lockdown. Well, Uganda was very, very much that way. We're joined by a sports reporter. He is with the Daily Monitor. His name is Andrew Mwangusha. We shall be joining him after this short break.
Virusi vya korona vinazidi kuenea haraka kote ulimwenguni, na kwa sasa hakuna dawa au chanjo ya kuzuia. Husambaa wakati vijitone kutoka kwa mtu aliyeambukizwa vinaporuka akiongea, kukohoa au kupiga chafya. Vijitone hivi hutua kwenye sehemu ambazo mikono hushika na huwezi kuviona, lakini hata kama huvioni haimaanishi kuwa hakuna, na unaweza kuambukizwa unapogusa uso wako, pua, mdomo au macho. Ili kusaidia kuzuia kuenea kwa virusi hivi, sote tunahitajika kufanya mambo matano. 1. Fuata hatua hizi: kuosha mikono yako mara kwa mara na sabuni na maji kwa angalau sekunde 40. 2. Funika mdomo wako na kiwiko wakati wote unapokohoa au kupiga chafya. 3. Usishike uso wako. 4. Epuka sehemu zenye watu wengi. Weka umbali salama baina yako na wenzako. 5. Kaa nyumbani ukiweza, hasa ikiwa una dalili zozote za ugonjwa. Kwa maelezo zaidi tembelea www.who.int.
On the next episode of Elena's Ghost.
I know where to find Elena's baby.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? How much then? How much will that information cost? Listen.
Your grandmother's inheritance doesn't belong to you. All that money belonged to my father.
No. You don't exist. No. There's no way that dear medium could have put the idea of you being alive inside my head. No.
Say all kind of things about you.
We them on, just shake up.
Welcome back. This is Sports Check on this Monday morning. It's coming to you from KBC Nairobi. Our sign language interpreter is Byron Abuli. Conversations that we are having today, mainly about sport. We've had one about mental health, the KPL, and now let's move over to our western neighbor. We're speaking about Uganda, the country of the crested crane. And what's been going on there, and what's the coronavirus situation? How has it affected that? Some federations getting involved in ensuring that their athletes have a good time, do not have the toughest of times at this time when activities are, stopped heavily in Uganda. And joining us is Andrew Mwangusha. He is a reporter with the Daily Monitor. Andrew, a very good morning to you, Sebo. Oh, yes. I am very, very well, Andrew. Good to speak to you this morning. Get a different perspective of how things are going, happening in Uganda. The Kenyan situation has been different, not much happening. But one of the things that we'd like to take a look at is Uganda, the country where no deaths from COVID-19 so far, 55 recoveries, just less than 120 infections so far. So, Andrew, those are some of the numbers that we have at the moment that we have received to do with Uganda, which went into what I would call a lockdown quite early as compared to Kenya. A lot of cessation of movements, people being asked to stay home, gatherings, totally stopped and heavily restricted. No sporting activities or events of any type were allowed. So you could be getting ready to take us through all this. Yes, Andrew, your voice is clear.
Late, but in terms of the actions to try and combat, at least Uganda were quite faster than most of the rest of East Africa. Curtailing air transport and even, of course, transport within the country, because public vehicles, unless you are essential, categorized as essential workers or departments in the country, you can't drive your private car. We are under curfew just like you guys from 7 p.m. Through 6 a.m. And then public means of transport also out. You can do. I know you've been to Kampala and you have a taste of the bikes. Those as well. They were limited in terms of carrying passengers, but they can carry goods, and then they can only stop at 5 p.m. So mass gathering. I mean, it's the East also out, and which unfortunately most of it is and it involves many people, fans, players, coaching staff. So all that has been put in place, and the good news is we've not recorded any death, and the community cases have greatly reduced. As of today, it's 121 cases. Let me just confirm that number here. As of last night, yes. As of last night, the 121 cases. But I can tell you the 121, almost half of it is foreign, and a big number of the foreign being the truck drivers from Kenya and Uganda. So the positive part here is the new cases are mainly, imported, and we know exactly where they're coming from. Community cases have been quite very low, and the recoveries as well. So you could argue it's kind of a flat curve, and we're way better than the rest of East Africa.
Now, let me get on now to what is considered where we get our bread and butter. And we are speaking about, the cessation of sporting events. A lot of things that people are looking forward to. For example, for Kenyans, we're expecting the Simbas to play with the rugby cranes. That was the Elgon Cup. A lot of competitions when it comes to athletics, the African cross-country championships, the African championships, and also the Olympic preparations. You could tell us about how sport has been affected in Uganda.
I hear you sound the Elgon Cup with gusto, and bad for you, may not get a chance to beat us this year. I think all sports, just like the rest of the world, really has been quite negatively impacted. For example, the Elgon Cup scheduled to, you have your leg in Kakamega. And of course, last year we did beat you at home before you caught us unawares in Kampala to take the tie yet again. So it's scheduled for July. According to the forecast, really, I struggle to see it happen. The National Rugby League was called off, of course, same as the other cups, the women, underage tournaments as well, called off until further notice. Now, whatever decision is happening to every sport, of course, is dependent on government communication. So the earlier curfew that we had and, the lockdown was pushed to 19th of May. So most sports, when there is restrictions, it's hard to fathom, action resuming immediately. One, the players have got training regimes, then they've got to put in some mileage in their legs before they can get to kick a ball. But again, the health fears still abound, even though the restrictions are eased. As of now, no one really has a definite date. Like I told you already, the rugby called off until further notice. Football, rugby had 5 rounds of matches, the National League, actually, to end the season. So that's where over 80% played. And then football, also quite in a slumber as of now. 5 rounds of the games to be played. But the good thing with that side, maybe this we'll talk about it later on, is we have a better, we have better regulations in deciding worst case scenario, who becomes champion and who gets relegated. We are better off than the rest, at least of the countries around and Europe. There's a clear map really of where it will end in case every other thing fails. So in terms of what starts, that's still in limbo. Basketball, the National League was supposed to start early March. As we speak, we are talking of, we're supposed to start March 20th. So as we speak, we're finishing the second month, entering the third month, delay. What the basketball people have decided is the league previously had 2 rounds of games. With the situation now, they've moved into getting to just 1 round of games, as and to when they're able to start. And then as we go on, more tweaks here and there will be considered. For example, the top 4 getting into semifinals, or having it in 2 groups and the top 2 of each group also getting into the semifinals. Or worst case scenario, of course, cancelling it and having one fun day, 3-on-3 basketball, stuff like that. So as for football, they still wait. According to the president of FIFA, that governs the game in the country, the Uganda Premier League, big league, the lower league, still have a chance. Actually, Moses Magogo, the president of FIFA, said they will not press any panic buttons up until least as they close into August. They have this at least 1 month to August. That's when they can start, looking here and there. As of now, they are very confident. The last 5 rounds of games will be played. Vipers, 3-time champions, are topping the group on 54 points. And they are topping cases here, the reigning champions, by 4 points. Now, let's look into how this will pan out.
Okay, all right. So, Andrew, let me just, before you get into further, more the details of it, at least we get the gist that activity is not there. The question then would be, any return to action protocols being discussed, that is if the leagues are not finalized or annulled as most of them, as what would you say, as is happening in different parts of the world?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ohome. Let me just recap, just to take 3 main sports and recap it up. As for rugby, literally it's dependent on what government says, and then everything will be cut down into, for example, how many games, which format, how we complete these games. Basketball, they've already decided on not having a 2-round league, which has been the case previously. So they'll have 1 round, but then there are finer details that could be decided as we go on, like deciding on how we get to the semifinals. Could it be 2 groups and picking the top 2, or we have 1 round and the top 4 head into the semifinals, and then we have the playoff finals. As for football, the FIFA president, Moses Magogo, has been very clear that they're not pressing panic buttons as of now. So they're giving themselves a chance up to at least a month to August. That's when they can now look onto other issues. Of course, CAF did write to different federations asking them to, document and forward their plans. FIFA did send there, which is confidential. But what we learned is they're telling CAF that, look, we have a correct regime on how this could end. First case is give yourselves a chance up at least in a month to August. Second case is you could actually extend the start of the 2020-2021 season. Then the other thing is because they believe in 1 month, 5 rounds of football can be played. You have more games in the week and then you run down the last 5 games. Then the other bit is they have a rule, Article 18, Article 18, Roman 2 of the FIFA competitions rules and regulations. They say if at least 75% of the games are played in the season, then the league ends as it stands on the table. Vipers would be champions, and Proline, Toro United, and Maroons would be relegated because they're last still in the group. Of course, everyone is hoping that is the last resort. So as of now, there's still optimism that the league for football will be complete as well.
All right. Andrew, the last one that I want to hear from you. Federations have catered for athletes. How is this being done? Probably in a minute.
Oh, yeah, quite a number have. Rugby, for example, have through their sponsors of the National League, that's Nile Stout beer, they've distributed some food, and that is each club distributing to its own players. FIFA as well did distribute food to players, top flight. They didn't distribute to the lower division, saying, these are not, they don't play paid football. Of course, that raised some controversy, but at least top flight clubs got food. And USPA, the Sports Association, freelance journalists, by the way, also did get food. So the freelance journalists who may not, make ends meet here and there, received food, and that was quite something as well from the sporting angle. Right. So, of course, federations did receive the money from, which is 1.9 billion Uganda shillings, that's $500,000 US from FIFA. There was, talk that money would be shared in the clubs and the players, but of course, it's not the case. It's meant to run the operationalization of FIFA and the Secretariat. But FIFA did say that the next stage, the next phase of help will come in and will be communicated. So other stakeholders and FIFA are banking on that. If any relief is to come to other stakeholders.
All right. Andrew Mwangusha, thank you very much. I have to cut to this, move on to something else, but thank you very much, for the information and also lessons as to how we should be our brothers keeper, Ugandan federations taking care of their athletes, and also journalists taking care of, being taken care of. Thank you very much, Andrew, and we'll have the conversations. Now, let's join Irene Muchuma, who is with the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union, who are holding their weekly briefing on the way they are working in the front lines as far as fighting COVID-19 is concerned.
Wahome, we are coming to you live from Isili area, and this is following earlier protests by a number of residents said to be in Isili who are protesting against the movement restrictions by the government and they were concerned why they are stopped from moving to Isili Section 2 and 1, whereas Section 3 is also included in among the restriction movement for Isili area. And earlier on, we had protests here, and locals were complaining that they want to go and get food from Section 2 and Section 1, but according to security agencies, these ones who are trying to make their way to Isili are not residents of Isili. On my further end, you would see people trying to converge themselves in smaller groups, and at the same time we are having security agencies ensuring that they are not accessing or they are not going beyond this junction of Sun City Military Air Base and also the one that connects with Jogo Road, just to ensure that they are working within the guidelines that they were issued by the government. According to a number of police officers and security agencies that have been able to talk to, and locals, they say that most of the residents who are making their way to Isili Section 3 are not from the Isili area. They're saying they're from Kiambio and Majengo areas, and they are the ones who are tested at the same time in Isili during the mass testing. But just to get a clarity on this, I'm being joined by Sub-County Police Commander for Kamkunji, Mr. Adamson Bungei, who is going to give us a brief on basically what happened in the morning, why they stand down here in Isili, and why are we having security agencies here.
I just want to make it very clear that what we are having in place is all about grievances being raised by the members of public, which of course most of them have been addressed by the government through other agencies. And as of now, it's only all issue about being impatient. The issue is all being impatient, but everything has been addressed as by their request. Most of the people you're seeing around here are just but employees who used to work within the areas of Isili. And now that we have a lockdown in that area, there is no accessibility to that particular area. And most of them are not members of Section 3, as I say. Most of them come from Kiambio, as far as Kayole, through Kiambio, Fire Section 3. And we are trying to manage that because, as of now, it's all about their lives, not about food, it's about their lives. But the other part of it is well taken care of. So what they are just aggravated by is something which has been managed, something which has been handled, and something that is under control as of now. Yes.
And what measures are we putting in place to ensure that they understand where the boundary lies? Because most of them are complaining that this is part of Isili Section 3 of Isili area.
What is happening is that we are just using all machineries, that is the government machineries, probably the local leaders, to inform them exactly what is supposed of them, what is there for them, and therefore we have no need to confront them by any other means. We are just communicating to them. As time goes, we shall be able to manage these issues as it comes. Therefore, everything has been put in place, all measures has been put in place, and therefore they shall be able to get what they're asking for as of now in due time. So there's no cause of alarm. Things are managed and well taken care of.
Thank you. That is Adamson Bungei, the Sub-County Commander, Kamkunji area, and more police officers have been deployed in Isili. This is the vehicle carrying staff from the General Service Unit. On my far end, you would see police officers from the General Duties Unit, and probably just to ensure that they are able to ensure that residents are not going against the guidelines set by the government. Remember, the government issued a restriction movement in Isili area following increased number of cases of COVID-19, and as per yesterday, the number had risen to 672, and that moved the government to even say that they will issue more restrictions in ensuring there is no further spread of COVID-19. 23 more people tested positive, and out of this, 22 are Kenyans, one is Burundian, and from the reports which were issued by the Ministry of Health, 20 of the cases were picked out of the surveillance team, while 3 were from designated quarantine facilities. Wakome, we are keeping a close eye in Isili, and we'll be letting you how events unfold. Back to you, Wakome.
Well, thank you very much, Irene Muchuma. She is in Nairobi, and that is one of the two locations in the country where total cessation of movement in and out, and this is within that Nairobi County and Mombasa County, where restrictions are at their heaviest. You cannot have gatherings of any nature. You cannot have any eateries being sold, and no hawking is allowed within Eastleigh and also within Old Town in Mombasa County. So Irene Muchuma with that report, and those who are residents, demonstrating, and it just turns out that probably Eastleigh is busy, not because of the people who live there, but the people who actually live outside and, have got to earn a living getting engaged in the trade activities that take place within that area of the county of Nairobi. More reports coming our way on that. Now, let's get into a different conversation now, and they call it the sweet science. Others say it is the sport that nobody plays. We're speaking about boxing, and specifically looking at the hit squad across the world. Everyone's now talking of return to play protocols. And to speak about that, we'll be joined by Musa Benjamin, the head coach of the Kenya boxing team. We know it as a hit squad. Kenya already has got 2 athletes who are qualified for the Olympics. Nick Okoth, and this is in the featherweight division. For those who'd like to pick it from, the weight classification, it would be up to 57 kilograms. And also Christine Ongare, who is a flyweight. And in the women's division, the flyweight boxers, weigh up to 51 kgs, unlike the men who've got to weigh up to 52 kilograms. And, the global qualification event was to take place in France starting Wednesday. So you can see how much disruption has been there, and this was in Paris, but it has been postponed to a later date. And so boxers at the moment, just like everyone, training to stay fit, and also, trying to wait for when they can get into the full contact of the game. And now, Coach Musa, a very good morning to you.
Morning to you.
All right. And, the first thing for the qualification is when you look at the calendar and you realize we are in May, 2 months on, your whole program has been disrupted because you probably would be boarding a plane or already in Paris today for the global repechage. What have the past 2 months been like for the boxing fraternity?
Well, it's been very difficult. I would say it's like taking fish out of water. That's what we're experiencing right now, because our boxing life has been kind of cut short by this pandemic, and it has really disrupted the whole program, the whole year 2020 program. You know that the Olympics has been postponed to next year. So right now, all you're talking about is trying to keep in shape, keep fit, and keep safe as well.
All right. And let's get into that, because when it comes now, for example, to the 2 boxers, Nick Okoth and Christine Ongare, what do you do to keep them in the right frame? Because, for example, like in the case of, let me start with Christine. In her division, she was 48 kilos for a division that allows up, that's up to 51 kilos. So how is it that you keep somebody like Christine in great shape before we even mention about getting into sparring and the contact aspect of boxing?
Well, we actually have 2 groups. We have the 2 who have already qualified for Olympics, and then we have the other group who are going to go for the World Championships that was to begin next week. So all these both these groups have a different training regimen right now. For the 2, we are actually now going to some gyms are opening. So, but while observing the measures given by the government in fighting this pandemic, we'll be asking them to train. Most important right now for Christine especially is strength training, because we realize that she's normally underweight, under that flyweight in terms of her kgs, and she's also not that strong. So we have put up a program for both her and Nick that will be just specifically for strength training. explosive punching power, and that's all for now.
Now, the other one that you've mentioned is, getting Christian to gain probably 2 kilograms. What's required for an athlete like that?
Well, we are through knock. We've got a dietitian who we want to engage, so she will be helping us in what kind of diet she's supposed to be putting, and then we are going to engage one of these gyms. I'll let you know when the time comes, so that she can do both, gain a little weight, but at the same time make sure that she gains weight and strength together. Because it's easier to gain weight and no strength. So it will be useless, because that will even impede her, say, movement in the ring and so on and so on. So it will be both gaining weight and gaining the strength for her to have that punching power at that weight.
All right. Now, let's move on to the case of Nick Okoth, because now this is a boxer. Now you've got to maintain, at optimal weight, and considering that the bantamweight division normally, which in the men's division would be about 54 kilos, that one is not in the Olympics anymore. So how now do you engage Nick so that he keeps his weight and also keeps his strength and does not go hitting, say, probably something like 60 kgs?
Okay, for Nick's case, it's in featherweight.
Yes,
he boxes in the featherweight that maximum weight is 57 kgs. So normally, in the AIBA weight categories, he's a lightweight. He boxes in the lightweight category, which it ends at 60 kgs. So he only needs to be somewhere around there. So by keeping shape, light jogging, there's no way you can get them without a proper program and or calendar of events giving us dates. There's no way you can maintain a certain level of training. So you only have to get to, say, 40 to 50% level of fitness. So what we are giving him programs of what to do, jogs, some light cardio exercises to strengthen his heart and lungs, to make sure that muscle exercises to condition his muscles, to prepare him for hopefully soon, when everything goes back to normal, for the rigors of the normal preparation for the Olympics.
Now, moving on is that we've got to look at other boxers who want to get involved, and also prepare themselves for Olympic qualification. The easiest name that would come to mind is Rayton Okwiri, who really wants that Olympic medal. He was in the country's team in 2016. This would be probably his last chance for him, because he's also, involved in professional boxing. The question is, how do you now select boxers who would have a chance of going for the global represent?
Well, when this, let me call it thing, because it's become destructive and has caused a lot of havoc anyway. So when this thing ends, we need to have locally we'll have our Kenya Open Boxing Championships, where we normally get the provisional national team. So it's not just going to be handpicking. Everybody will have to prove themselves for the remaining slots or weight categories that we didn't qualify in before going to, I hope it will still be in Paris, the qualifiers. So even Okwiri himself will have to prove himself, because we have we have other middleweights who are also promising.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have to get all of them. We are getting them to train, to keep fit, so that whenever this thing stops, they'll be ready for the rigors of preparation. And first, Kenya Open, then we get a team from those who have performed well.
And because you've mentioned the Kenya Open Boxing Championship, then it also brings in the factor of the league, about how it would be planned. How many league events can you have, given that, the boxers, for example, already it's 2 months out, nobody knows when. So it's just, the reason they're doing, they know the why they've got to train. But how soon would, if it is said that sporting activities say, like they've said in the Netherlands and in France, sporting activities resume in September. So at least they have a when. So how would you get boxers ready for the league?
Well, the league will highly depend on when this thing stops. Because say, for example, if it stops and everything goes back to normal around September, you'll only have 3 months remaining.
Yes.
So the only viable tournament to have at that time, I think, would be the Kenya Open. Say guys train for a whole month and a half or something like that. Then somewhere around November, we have the Kenya Open. So that we can get a provisional team to pit them against the seasoned internationals. I think that would be the easier way to go about it. But as of now, we are all in dark. Yeah, we're all in darkness. We don't know what, how to plan, because we don't know when it's going to end.
And this comes in, for example, I think last week, one sport is World Rugby. They did publish protocols of what they are calling, return to action. The Bundesliga, they've announced they're going back into activities this weekend, although already we've seen one game already being postponed after some players had coronavirus. The English Premier League are looking to get back to June. It's known as Project Restart. And they're all creating protocols. Have you started, for the plans, trying to develop return to action protocols for the boxers?
It's a bit tricky when it comes to boxing because as much as we would want to go back, you realize that boxing being a full contact sport, we need to have a clean bill of health status so that we can go back to full boxing activities. So what we can do right now is at least handle the national team, the provisional team, that is. All those who have been in the national team or who are called into the national team, we at least deal with them, send them training programs as we go by, weekly training programs. It's very difficult to monitor them because they come from different places, but we are using so many coaches around the country to do what they can for boxers who are outside the city, for example. So it's a wait and see. As for us, it's a wait and see situation where everything will depend on how the thing goes.
All right.
And when the government gives us the green light.
Now, the one question everyone's asking as we wind up, Coach Musa, because we've got to join the Cabinet Secretary for Sport, Mina Mohammed, and ICT Cabinet Secretary Joseph Muchero, is the full contact sport. How soon can a boxer get back to sparring once told roll?
Right now, I would say they are in what we call active rest. I'm expecting them to be training, to be acting as professionals, especially those in the national team and those who are at the national level. I expect them to be training. So when we go back to training, would say it will take say a month for guys to be ready. A good month, a serious one. A month will be enough. That is for those who've been training.
Yes.
But if they haven't been training, which I don't expect, especially for those who are at that elite level, then it will be a problem. It will need at least 2 months or so.
All right.
Yeah.
The head coach of the Heat Squad, that is a national boxing team, Musa Benjamin, speaking to us. Thank you very much for your time this morning. And right now, it's been a morning, morning all through, going through the various aspects of sport and also finding out what's happening outside there. And mitigation measures that have been put in place by the government. President Uhuru Kenyatta gave an executive directive that monies be given to artists, we are talking about actors, musicians, and other content creators who would ensure that they keep us entertained, and they also have a way of having something to keep and feed their families and those around them. And thus, there is 100 million shillings. This is a stimulus package for those who are involved in the arts. And how is that money going to be distributed? That's going to be made that announcement is going to be made this morning by the Cabinet Secretary, Information Communications and Technology, Joseph Mochero, and also the Cabinet Secretary for Sport, Culture and the Arts, Ambassador Amina Mohammed. 100 million shillings for the artists. They've been waiting for it. How is it going to be distributed? Let us find out now, and let us join our team that is at the Kenya National Theatre. That's it for Sports Check. Our sign language interpreter has been Byron Aburi, and from the theatre, you'll be joined by Timothy Kipnusu on Tamrini. Have a good day.
Catalyst to economic growth if nurtured in a sustained manner. All factors constant, it was poised to double its contribution to the country's GDP to 10%, estimated at shillings 160.4 billion by 2020. The ensuing viral disruption has altered our mode of operation. However, we propose to work with the sector in the following way. The cultural and creative industry will package information on critical behavior change to flatten the infection curve, including but not limited to social distancing, to hand washing, and wearing of masks. The industry will also package messaging against domestic violence and other social ills that have emerged as a result of the necessary social distancing and isolation measures that have been put in place by government. We recognize also that mental health has been severely compromised by the sudden shift in behavior demanded of the human race by this disease. In Kenya, not being able to attend religious gatherings, communal weddings, family gatherings, and funerals has altered behaviors nurtured for thousands of years. As such, this program will pay special attention to alleviating daily stresses. The sector will pay homage to the month of May, which is the Mental Health Awareness Month, by contributing to the mental well-being of our people through entertainment and the arts. Ladies and gentlemen, as the beneficiaries of this program play their part in the national COVID-19 dialogue, I wish to make an appeal to the media fraternity to support the local creative economy by implementing the 60% local content quota to further this initiative and keep our artists in business even after the COVID crisis is over. As we embark on the implementation of this stimulus program, I wish to emphasize that we will strictly adhere to the guidelines provided by the Ministry of Health to safeguard ourselves and those around us from contracting or spreading the virus. Ladies and gentlemen, having said all that, it is now my distinct pleasure to officially unveil and launch the 3-month Together at Home campaign that will be the hallmark of the 100 million stimulus package for the culture and creative industries. Thank you very much.
Madam CS, my name is Amani, and if you'll indulge us, Madam CS, we have a few questions for you that have come through social media and some other platforms from artists. Would you kindly indulge us to answer a few questions? Thank you. So the first question I will ask is from a gentleman called Saul Sikuri, and he says he's a performing musician, and he really wants to know why it has been hard for the Ministry of Culture to do a survey and get the statistics of all creatives in the country, vis-a-vis categorizing them in all areas. So he asks why it has taken, why this has not been handled from a very long time ago.
Well, thank you very, very much, because I think that's a really valid question. And it's one of the questions that I asked my colleagues when I joined the ministry about a year ago. Why is it that we actually do not have the figures of our artists? We don't know how many there are, the statistics are absent, and the need to actually embark on a study such as the one that's is being proposed. And we agreed that first of all we would actually do some research, which we have been undertaking, to understand some of the specifics around that issue of basically registering, making sure that we know what the numbers are. And the findings were quite interesting, actually. It was found that for some of them, it's because they were not able to pay the registration fees that were involved in getting them registered, either in the department or with associations, with different associations. Yeah. The study is still continuing, and I believe that at the end of that study, we'll not only know the statistics surrounding that, have the data that we need for planning purposes, for support purposes, and for capacity building purposes. But because at the end of the day, we'll need to nurture the talent that's out there. But we can't nurture it if we actually don't know how many of our young people are involved. And so we're hoping that at the end of this study that we are carrying out, which I am sorry to say has taken a little bit long, we'll be able to have all the details that we need to address some of the issues that keep arising. But today what I would like to do is for those that would like to be registered and don't have the resources to do that, I would actually like, on the part of the ministry, on the part of the Department of Culture, to announce a waiver of that fee. As long as you register within a specific period of time, we will provide the details as to how that will be done. And so expect a press release in the next few days that will tell you how you can access the registration facilities that we have and how you can benefit from the waiver that I'm announcing today. But it's true that we need to carry this study. I actually want to give a shout to Have a Fund because they carried out a study which gave us very, very interesting figures. For instance, that 61% of artists are not registered, right? I mean, that's really interesting, that the majority of our artists are actually not registered. And hence, the reason for us, coming up with this plan for a waiver. Yeah? If it's about the resources, then we're waiving them. Let's see how many we can attract, right, to our database. We need to plan for them. We need to support. In association. So very interesting.
That you settled down, that you found a girl and you're married now. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I beg. I'll remember you say sometimes it lasts and loves, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts and loves, but sometimes it hurts.
Next on.
Kwa nini kila wakati una uhasama na familia yangu lakini?
Familia yenu ni ajabu na naona fahari kubwa sana kuchuma fedha kutoka kwenu nyinyi.
Sipatikani kwa hivi sasa, zimesitishwa. Ni hisa za kampuni ya Yanshu. Sawa sawa, chukua na nyingine.
Hilo halina shaka, msijali kabisa.
Kupoteza kampuni ni jambo zuri, eh?
KBC, in collaboration with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, is broadcasting enhanced out-of-class learning on radio, television, and online. Catch the lessons every weekday on KBC Channel 1 from 2 to 4 p.m. on KBC English Service and 15 FM from 9:15 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Radio Taifa from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. KBC English Service, Radio Taifa, and 15 FM are also available countrywide on the free-to-air Signet digital TV platform, or log on to www.kbc.co.ke for live streaming, or download the KBC Online app on Google Play Store. Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, ensuring learning no matter what.
Tarehe ni 11 mwezi Mei mwaka 2020, nikiwa na wingi wa matumaini kwamba wewe na hali zako shwari, ukiendelea kuwa makinifu zaidi dhidi ya gonjwa hatari la corona ambalo kwa sasa bado kama taifa tunajaribu kila mbinu kuweza kupigana na gonjwa hili. Tumekuandalia mengi kwenye tamrini kama ilivyo ada. Wanahabari wetu wamekita kambi maeneo tofauti kukufahamisha yanayojiri, ikiwemo katika eneo ambalo limegonga vichwa vya habari katika siku za hivi majuzi, eneo la Isli, ambapo kuna baadhi tu ya wakazi wanalalama kuhusiana na ile amri ya kutotoka na kuingia katika eneo hilo la Isli. Tutakuwa najiunga naye mwanahabari wetu Irene Muchuma Oding, na vile vile taarifa ambayo vile vile ni ya tabasamu kwa wanamuziki na wenye vipaji mbalimbali, ambapo serikali hii leo inatoa takriban shilingi milioni 1 katika harakati za kufanikisha vipaji vyao. Bila shaka waziri wa michezo Balozi Amina Mohamed pamoja na waziri wa teknolojia ya habari na mawasiliano Joe Mushiri wako pale kuhakikisha kwamba hafla hiyo inakuwa ni ya ufanisi. Bila shaka tutakuwa na kufahamisha hayo na mengine mengi, ikiwemo kwenye kitengo cha mahojiano, ambapo hii leo basi nitakuwa nazungumza na mbunge wa Teso Kaskazini Oku Kaunya kuhusiana na hali halisi hapa nchini kuhusiana na majanga ambayo yametukumba, janga la corona na vile vile janga la mafuriko. Lakini kama ilivyo desturi, kabla ya kukivunja chungu cha tamrini, tupate shajara ya wanahabari.
That will come in to benefit, from this. I think for the rest of the issues that you raised are going to be fully addressed in the next few days. I do not want to preempt some of the issues that are going to be addressed and tackled by my colleagues. I think that would be unfair. But I just want to confirm to you here and give an assurance that we are going to monitor, we are going to evaluate, and that at the end of this process, we're going to prepare a report. And that report will include all the details of what happened, who consumed, who accepted, who did what. The whole story, the whole picture will be out there for all of you to be able to see. In any case, every time you take money from the sports fund, you must provide a report at the end of the process. And so we intend to do that. And obviously, as soon as that happens, it will be a public report, and you'll all be able, to read it and to then tell us whether you think the job that we did was good, whether you think that we should have done something differently, or whether next time, you can suggest improvements as to how we distribute these resources. But I assure you that all the principles of accountability will be adhered to, principles of transparency will be adhered to, and everything will be done to ensure that this money goes to those that it was intended for, and those that it was supposed to target, the most vulnerable of our artists. Thank you very much.
Madam CS, just one more question. Alphas Legat from Citizen TV. And for clarity purposes, Madam CS, the stimulus package, is it intended to the artists who will tailor their songs and art in terms of information about the pandemic, or just by virtue of them being artists? And again, maybe just clarify, how exactly are they going to access the funds?
Yeah, actually we are hoping, obviously, we are hoping that most of the messaging and most of the innovation will go towards addressing some of the challenges we are facing with the COVID-19, but also passing the messages of government, yeah? Because you know and I know that these messages have been conveyed for the last many months, and yet we still have a segment of the population that's not adhering to the guidelines and the measures that have been proposed. And so I think that the more we talk about this, using different avenues, right? Using different influencers that most people actually identify with, right? Whether it's an artist who is in my village in Amalemba in Kakamega, or whether it's somebody else from another part of the country. The people that can help us pass this message as effectively as possible, so that we all adhere to these measures. Yeah? These measures are meant to safeguard, our lives. They're meant to protect us. They're meant to protect not just us, but our communities, our families, our country. We want to come out of this much stronger, if anything, than we've ever been, right? Cognizant of the fact that each one of us is responsible for the next person seated next to them, walking next to them, using the same transport as them, yeah? And so we want to use everything that we have. But in doing that, we also want to support the nurturing and development of talent, right? Now, many of these artists are actually at home, okay? Because those venues that they used to use, the places that they used to go to, for their gigs, right, are no longer there. Yeah, and so this is going to be a program, a pay-for-work program, where artists will work and they will be paid for the work that they produce, right, for the artistic ingenuity. So I hope that I've answered that question. But of course, nobody will be turned away for not being topical and not addressing the issue of COVID-19, as long as it responds to some of the challenges that we face, as a country. But again, it's our hope that most of it will go towards ensuring that the 45 million of us adhere to government guidelines, government messaging, and the measures that government has put in place, so that we are all safer, so that as we cross to the other side, right, most of us, if not all of us, right, will be safe, but also will have learned quite a bit about how to keep our societies safe and protected.
Madam CS, Helen Aura here from NTV. Other than the stimulus packages that you've informed us today, what more stimulus packages does the ministry have in store?
Thank you very much. Look, this, and I actually don't want today to be about other things that we're doing, because many of them have got the airtime that they deserved, including, of course, the food packages that we sent out to the athletes. So today I want it to be about this. We're discussing our artists. We're discussing those amongst us that have been our greatest entertainers, right? That have set the pace in many cases, right? Including in what we wear. Today it's about them. Another time I'll discuss all the other measures. There are very, very many that we are putting in place, including just making sure that the facilities that can't be used today are being rehabilitated, renovated, so that when we come out of this crisis, they will be ready for use, they'll be fit for purpose. Yeah? So there are many things we're doing, but I really think that today we should focus on this. I think this is really important. Everybody has been waiting for the statement that was coming out today. We've been waiting for a way to make sure that everybody is supported. So I actually urge you to just focus on the stimulus package, the 100 million stimulus package today.
Na mtazamaji, ni picha za moja kwa moja na ambaye amekuwa akizungumza ni waziri wa michezo Balozi Amina Mohamed, ambapo kama nilivyodokeza ni afueni kwa wasanii bila shaka wamekuwa wakilalama kwamba serikali imewatelekeza. Maana serikali kwa sasa imewakumbuka na takriban shilingi milioni 100 imetolewa ili kuwasaidia kuweza kunufaika na ile vipaji vyao, hasa katika utunzi wa nyimbo mbalimbali, ambayo inasaidia pakubwa kuweza kuelimisha jamii kuhusiana na masuala ambayo yanazonga taifa. Na mtazamaji, tutakuwa napata taarifa hiyo baadaye na mwanahabari wetu ambaye kwa sasa anafuatilia matukio hayo. Turejee hapa studioni. Naitwa Timothy Kipnusu, mfasiri wa lugha ya ishara ni Lucy Mwaura, na hii leo kama nilivyodokeza tutakuwa tunazamia swala ambalo linalikumba taifa kwa sasa, janga la mafuriko na janga la corona. Na kumbuka kwamba wakati ambapo taifa linapambana na janga la corona, kuna mafuriko ambayo inatukodolea macho, na idadi ya watu ambao wamefariki kutokana na janga la corona inapiku mara 7 idadi ya watu ambao wamefariki na janga la mafuriko, ambapo takriban watu 219 wamefariki kutokana na janga la mafuriko, ilhali watu 32 wamefariki kutokana na janga la corona. Kwa hivyo hii leo basi tunazamia swala hilo, na tutaanza na swala hili au janga la mafuriko, na nitakuwa nazungumza na mbunge wa Teso Kaskazini Oku Kaunya, ikizingatiwa kwamba eneo ambalo anawakilisha kama mbunge liko katika mpaka wa Kenya na Uganda, eneo la Malaba, ambapo serikali imeweza kutilia mkazo kudhibiti visa vya maambukizi. Kwa hivyo atakuwa anatueleza kuhusiana na visa hivyo vya maambukizi, janga la corona na vile vile janga la mafuriko ambalo limeweza kukumba eneo hilo la Teso gatuzi la Busia. Mtazamaji, karibu sana mheshimiwa kwenye kitengo hiki cha mahojiano.
Asante sana.
Kwanza kabisa tueleze hali halisi kwenye eneo bunge hilo au gatuzi la Busia kuhusiana na janga la mafuriko, na wewe kama mbunge unaona kwamba mafuriko vile vile tangazwa kama janga la kitaifa, manake vile vile imeathiri watu wengi zaidi, watu takriban 219 wameaga dunia.
Asante sana Timothy. Kwa hakika janga la mafuriko imeathiri sana sehemu za Western, hasa Busia. Hata constituency yangu imeathirika, na hasa zaidi constituency ya Butalangi ambayo iko Busia upande wa kusini imeathirika sana. Zaidi ya watu 2600 wamekuwa displaced, hawana mahali pa kukaa. Na ni janga ambalo kwa hakika inafaa iweze kutangazwa kwa janga la kitaifa. Kwa sababu unapolinganisha janga la mafuriko, wale watu ambao tumepoteza tayari kitaifa 219 na wale ambao tumepoteza kulingana na COVID-19 watu 32, na COVID-19 tunaangalia kama janga na tayari litangazwa hivyo la kimataifa. Inafaa tutangaze floods, yani mafuriko haya, iwe janga la kitaifa hapa Kenya. Kwa sababu umechukua maisha ya watu wengi. Watu wengi pia hawana mahali pa kukaa, wameondolewa kwa sababu ya hiyo kwa sehemu ambazo walikuwa nakaa, na wamepoteza vitu vingi. So kwa hakika mimi ningependa kuomba serikali iweze kutangaza hili kama janga la kitaifa, ili kuwezesha watu wote, wadhamini, wizara tofauti ziweze kuingiana na tuweze kuelekeza rasilimali nyingi kuokoa wale ambao wameathirika. Na pia ningependa kusema kuwa janga hili si kigeni. Ni janga ambalo limekuwa ikitokea karibu kila mwaka baada ya mwaka.
Na pengine nikatize tu mheshimiwa, umezungumzia rasilimali ambazo zimetolewa kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba inapiga jeki na kuwasaidia wale ambao wameathirika. Kwanza, unaridhishwa na mikakati ambayo serikali imeweka kuweza kuwasaidia ambao wameathirika? Nimeona waziri wa ugatuzi Eugene Wamalwa amekuwa katika eneo hilo hivi majuzi katika kuhakikisha kwamba wale ambao wameathirika wanasaidiwa na serikali. Pengine umeridhishwa na mikakati ya serikali?
Ningependa kwanza kushukuru waziri wa ugatuzi Bwana Eugene kwa sababu amekuwa akizunguka karibu kila mahali. Anajaribu awezavyo. Lakini nafikiri janga lenyewe imepita kiwango ya wizara. Imeenda nje. Na kulingana na vile amejaribu, kwa mfano najua wiki 2 iliyopita alikuja kule kwa constituency yangu, alituma mchele gunia 500. Ametuma katika constituencies kadhaa ambayo wameathirika. Lakini hiyo ni kitu kidogo sana kwa sababu kilinganisha wale watu wameathirika ni wengi. Hawana vyakula, hawana pahali pa kulala, hawana nyumba. Kwa hivyo kuna umuhimu ya kupata materials nyingi. Tuseme kutafuta ujenzi hata kama ni temporary katika eneo za juu ambayo tunaweza kuweka hawa waweze kukaa. Kutafuta kwa mfano mablanketi, vitu ambayo watu wanaweza kuishi kwa muda. Na pia kuleta shughuli zingine ambayo inahitaji wizara kama ya afya iingilie pia, kwa sababu hilo shida italeta pia magonjwa.
Naam. Manake unapozungumzia
kwa hivyo kama ni shukrani kwa wizara inajaribu, lakini ni ile usaidizi wanapata ni kidogo sana.
Kwa hivyo wahisani wajitokeze waweze kusaidia hali ilivyo.
Kabisa.
Na umezungumzia kuhusiana na wizara vile vile ya afya kuingilia kati, manake mkurupuko kama magonjwa kama kipindupindu, manake mafuriko yanapotokea, maji uchanganyika na pengine kinyezi na masuala kama hayo. Kwanza kabisa pengine kuna ile hamasisho kwa wakazi imefanywa kuhusiana na masuala kama hayo, wachukue tahadhari, na wewe kwa mtazamo wako wizara ya afya inastahili kufanya nini haswa kwa haraka zaidi ili wanapopambana na kusitiri hali ilivyo, vile vile kusikuwe na masuala kama mkurupuko wa magonjwa?
Kuna umuhimu ya kuanzisha shughuli za uhamasisho hasa kupitia idara ya public health. Idara ya afya ambayo inahusika kuelimisha wananchi. Na pia sisi viongozi tuweze kuelimisha wananchi. Lakini ya muhimu sana ni kuona njia gani tutaweza kusaidia hawa waweze kuepuka na haya magonjwa. Kitu ya kwanza ni maji. Maji yenyewe imekuwa chafu. Na sehemu nyingi za Busia County, hasa katika constituency yangu, 90% haina maji ile safi ya kunywa. Watu wanategemea ile maji ambayo inapatikana katika hizo sehemu, maji tu ambayo inatambaa hivyo. Lakini sasa kwa sababu ya mafuriko na uchafu mwingi imekuwa, watu hawana maji safi. Kwa hivyo hata county government pia inahitaji kuingilia kuhakikisha kuwa wananchi wanapata maji safi. Lakini kwa upande ya health kuna protective measures, kuna zile hatua ambayo inatakana kuchukuliwa, hasa kuelimisha wananchi ili tuhakikishe kuwa wasipatikane na hao magonjwa.
Naam. Mheshimiwa, kila mwaka taifa hili linaathirika na mafuriko. Naona mito mingi inavunja kingo zake kama baadhi ya mito kwenye gatuzi hilo la Busia, na inakuwa kwamba ni jambo ambalo lipo. Kwa mtazamo wako unaona kwamba serikali imeshughulikia swala hili mapema hata kabla ya kutukia? Manake wanasema ni vema kuchukua tahadhari mapema kabla ya hatari. Unaona kwamba mikakati ilikuwa imewekwa mapema kwamba na wizara husika kwamba maeneo fulani huwa ukumbwa na mafuriko, pengine kujenga ile tunaita dikes ambapo itahakikisha kwamba pengine masuala kama haya yanaweza kukabiliwa, na vile vile kuwepo kwa mabwawa, masuala kama haya? Unaona kwamba mikakati ilikuwa imewekwa mapema ili kudhibiti hali ya mafuriko nchini?
Kitu ambayo najua ni kuwa serikali kwa muda miaka kadhaa imekuwa ikijaribu kuchukua hatua fulani, kama kwa mfano kujenga hizo dikes sehemu za Budalangi. Sehemu nyingi hizo hatua hazijachukuliwa, lakini kitu ambayo imekosekana ni mpangilio ya kudumu. Haijakuweko mpangilio ya kudumu ya kiserikali kudhibiti haya mafuriko ambayo inakuja kila mwaka. Inajulikana kweli, mara nyingi mvua ikiwa wakati wa mvua kuna mafuriko. Lakini nafikiri serikali haijawekelea mipango ya kudhibiti na haijawekwa mpango ya kudumu. Hivyo ningependekeza wizara ambayo inahusika kama wizara ya maji na wizara zote ambayo inahusika, natakana ipange mipangilio long term ya kudumu ambayo inaweza kudhibiti haya mafuriko. Nafikiri kwa upande ya Teso North kwa mfano, tunayo mto wa Malakisi ambayo kuna sehemu inakutana na mto wa Komiriae ambayo inakuja.
Utakuwa natueleza zaidi kuhusiana na swala hilo. Naarifiwa kwa sasa, mtazamaji, tuelekee kwenye bunge ambapo kamati ya masuala ya mawasiliano iko pale kuweza kutoa taarifa kuhusiana na hali ilivyo kwenye bunge, na kwa sasa hebu tusikize kinachojiri kule.
Chair, honorable members, good afternoon. My name is Catherine Gitao. I'm the CEO of the ICT Authority.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Esbon Malwe, Director, ICT.
Yes, you can proceed. You can proceed now, so that, as we agreed, so you can indicate the pages where you want members to start from.
Yes. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving us that break. Again, to manage time like you have requested, Chair, I will take members straight to 2.0 in the presentation, whereby we are going straight to medium-term budget allocation for 2020-21 up to 2023. That is the title of that slide. If we're all there, then I wish to state that for the financial year 2020-21, the State Department for ICT and Innovation has been allocated a total of 2.5 billion Kenya shillings for recurrent and 13.1 billion Kenya shillings for development, against a requirement of 3.9 billion for recurrent and 50.5 billion for development. The summary of the allocation is as indicated in the table below. And again, I will focus only on our requirement for 2020-21 against the allocation. So for 2020-21, we have a gross requirement that is under recurrent of 3.9. But we have a gross allocation of 2.5. The requirement was broken down as follows. We have 76 million for A&A, giving us a net of 3.8 billion, or who's broken down into 267 million as compensation to employees, transfers to SAGAs 2.3, and other recurrent expenditures 1.2. That was our requirement, but then the allocation is as follows. We have 2.5 gross against the A&A of 51, giving us a net of 2.4, broken down into compensation to employees 267 million, 1.5 million as transfers, and then 654 as other recurrents. Then for development, we have a requirement, like I mentioned, was 50 billion gross, where 32.7 is coming in from GOK and 17 as loans. The allocation is as follows: 13.1 billion, where 5 billion is GOK, and then 7 billion is loans. The summary of allocation to sagas. Our sagas are as follows. We have Konza. Again, also I'll just focus on the total for the saga. A requirement of 1.8, that's what, 18 billion against an allocation of 8 billion. Then for ICT Authority, we have a requirement of 34 billion against an allocation of 1.6 billion. Kenya Film, we're just looking at the totals there, 716 against requirement of 716 against an allocation of 513. Kenya Film Commission 448 against an allocation of 326 million. Kekobo, the Copyright Board, requirement of 198 against an allocation of 127. So the list of projects and programs that are allocated for this financial year are the following: 1, North B expansion; 2, Konza Data Center; 3, the digital literacy program; and 4, the Big 4 projects. So the table below gives details on the funding gaps for the respective projects. Under the digital literacy program, I would just want to again also look at the requirement against allocation. We had a requirement of 1.5 billion against an allocation of 800 million. Then what we are saying is that this shortfall in the budget will affect the implementation of the second phase of the DLP program. Then under Konza, there was a requirement of 5.2 billion, but then an allocation of 100 million. We noticed that the development partner allocation of 6 billion has been omitted in the budget, and this will eventually stall the project. Under the UHC program, we had a requirement of 1.3 billion, but 409 million was allocated. Then that means that the budget cut for this financial year will lead to carryover of pending bills to the new financial year, because a lot of this contract has already been signed. The allocated fund will not be sufficient to connect the remaining hospitals that we had already planned. Connectivity to Konza Data Center, there was a requirement of 1.4 billion and only 28 million was allocated. Then the allocation has been removed, stalling all activities that had commenced in the year 2019-2020, which means that will occasion a pending bill estimated to about 1.3 billion that will be carried forward into this financial year. We had a project, the connectivity to special economic, that is the Naivasha Special Economic Textile Park in Naivasha, under the Big 4 agenda. There was a requirement of 358 million, only 2 million has been left. The Leather Park at Kinaine had a requirement of 83 million, only 1.9 million has been left. Dongokundu Special Economic Zone had a requirement of 66 million, only 2 million has been left for that particular project. So we are noticing shortfalls, and these are actually some explanations of some of this. One, under the North B expansion, the escrow account, Chair and honorable members, we wish to state the following. that the National Treasury and the Exim Bank of China signed a concessionary financing agreement in the year 2016. The contract sum was US dollar 98,650,000. The agreement in itself required that we open an escrow account in a reputable local bank. Then we deposit in this escrow account or to act as guarantee for loan repayment. Therefore, an escrow agreement was signed in the year 2017 and an account opened at the Kenya Commercial Bank. There was an initial deposit of Kenya shillings 350 million made in the financial year 2017-2018. The next deposit of Kenya shillings 530 million was due by 20th of March 2020. Therefore, an additional allocation of 530 million was not availed in the supplementary 2 budget as well as the financial year 2020-21 draft estimates. This particular delay has affected project implementation, and contract period will have to be extended. Then we see a danger of suspending maintenance and operations of the North Bay project. Under the Konza Data Center and Smart City facilities, again, this is a project that is financed by the Exim Bank, and the implementation started in the year 2019-2020 with an allocation of 4.4 billion. There is a proposal of Kenya shillings 6 billion in the financial year 2020-21 that was not captured in the budget. This will negatively affect implementation of the project and hence stalling of the project. Under the digital literacy program, the phase 1 of the DLP provided digital devices to 24,000 primary schools. The implementation of phase 2 of this program is ongoing. Phase 2 has also incorporated implementation of the curriculum-based, competency-based curriculum and extended to upper classes. The year 2020-21 allocation of 800 million will gravely affect the project. The project will not be able to procure devices to support CBC in the schools as was envisaged. Another effect is under the Big Four projects. The State Department has so far awarded contracts worth 1.3 billion under the Big Four projects. The allocation for the project has been reduced from 2.3 billion to Kenya shillings 187 million in the second supplementary budget. The financial year 2020-21 allocation of 443 million will not be sufficient to settle pending bills that will arise from contracts awarded in the year 2019-2020. Therefore, the State Department will not be able to implement these new initiatives in 2020-2021. So, Chair, we wish to give the status report of the National Optic Fiber Backbone Infrastructure projects. And we want to note that as part of the national strategy to spur socio-economic growth in the country through the use of ICTs, the government, through the means of ICT, has been implementing the National Optic Fiber Backbone Infrastructure, known as NOFB. This network is to provide affordable and quality broadband infrastructure and also promote and facilitate delivery of services across the country. The NOFB project was initiated in the year 2007 and has been implemented in 3 phases: NOFB 1, NOFB 2, NOFB 2 expansion that is currently ongoing, whose entire network will cover 9,040 kilometers upon completion. So, NOFB 1 project was completed in 2009 and established a national optic fiber backbone infrastructure with access point in most of the county's headquarters and border towns. NOFB 2 was implemented to further increase the coverage and safety protection of existing transmission network. That included connectivity to 47 county headquarters, last mile fiber connectivity to county headquarters, and the network redundancy for NOFB Phase 1 links. The ongoing NOFB 2 began in 2017 and is scheduled to be completed by the end of 2020. At its completion, it will cover 2,500 kilometers of fiber that will provide connectivity to 290 sub-county headquarters countrywide. These sites will have wireless LANs installed. The table below provides a summary of the connected sites, which we can actually see under Annex 3. So that particular table there gives us the status of the NOFB. What are the achievements of the project? So far, we have provision of connectivity to the 47 counties. There is intercommunication within county and inter-county, that is voice services, has now been made easy. The infrastructure has also allowed for deployment of application services easily. The commonly used applications, just to name the few, is the IFMIS and the Government Human Resource Information System that is done by this network. And also we have the usage of network transmit sensitive government data that has now been made possible through this particular infrastructure. Challenges, we have frequent fiber cuts, especially during road constructions, vandalism of fiber, and also the non-commercialization of the NOFB network project. This is something that we had actually expected to do. The NOFB funding, phase 1 of the NOFB project was, I think we had mentioned that, and the other 2 phases of the project was funded by China government through the Exim Bank at a total of 72.5 million and 98.6 million respectively. One of the challenges this project is facing is the insufficient allocation for maintenance and operation, both from GOK and the Exim Bank, which might disrupt provision of services to the public. Another key issue that needs to be addressed urgently is the payment to the escrow account. The table below is a summary of the funding requirement and outstanding bills yet to be paid. So we are saying, if you look at the bottom there, we have unpaid amounts. I just want to focus on 2 columns. Unpaid amount with respect to our budget requirement. So these are in USD dollars. We have 5 million under NOFB2, 22 million under NOFB2 expansion, and 5.3 million for expansion and NOFB expansion that is required to open the escrow account. Then, having dealt with the NOFB project, the next thing we'd want to look at is the status of the county connectivity project, which is also closely related to the NOFB. So I'm at 5.0. What I'm now calling to status report on CCP. The main goal of this project is to interconnect all counties into one homogeneous government network through both wireless and wired media that will enable support voice over internet protocols, video conferencing, among the other services. The last mile county connectivity project network rides on the national optical backbone infrastructure to provide these services. This will be centrally managed via the network operating centers. So the breakdown is as follows. Phase 1, there was an amount of 9.6 million euros that connected 28 counties headquarters, connected 72 government buildings, and actually installed more than 5,000 IP telephones. This was closed in the year 2013. Phase 2, again, another 11.9 million euros that also connected 19 counties and extended connection to 28 counties, connected 110 county building sites, installed 3,000 IP telephones. That project closed in the year 2017. Then we have phase 3A that required 8.1 million euros, expanded the network to connect another 184 additional sites in 15 counties. The project was scheduled to be completed in the year 2020. So we have so far had a 99.6 disbursement done. And CCP phase 3B, another amount of 16.8 euro Amount targets 31 counties for county connectivity network expansion. Total government building confirmed for installation is 260. Total distance of fiber cable is 52,747 meters, which is basically 52 kilometers. Then 1,853 IP telephones installed. The program is still ongoing and installation is going on with 10 counties already completed. The phase 3B is expected to end by December 2020. What are the challenges? The introduction of new policy directive on withholding tax, which was not considered in the financial agreement, is affecting processing of payments because there's the insistence that withholding tax is paid, and then the project has also experienced delay in clearance of goods and equipment, which has also delayed the implementation of the project, as well as payments. So I think I gave a breakdown of the resources for the last mile connectivity and also funding and maintenance for last mile connectivity. The breakdown is as stated, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3A, phase 3B, and also the total loan given is as indicated on that particular table. Then we go back to our budgets, and actually I'm now at 6.0, statement indicating status of mandatory provisions. And the recurrent budget, I would actually just also limit myself to requirements against the allocation. So in 2020-21 financial year, under compensation to employees, we had a requirement of 270 million, but only 267 million was provided. Then under the rent, a requirement of 97 and only 67.3 is provided. Under utilities, 4.6 million and only 3 million is provided. So the details information on personnel emoluments, whereby we break it down into the respective employees, is provided through the annexes. One thing we'd want to mention, Chair and honorable members, is on a challenge we've been experiencing in terms of rent for office accommodation. The State Department requested for an additional 67 million in the supplementary 2 budget to cater for rent payment. A total of 18 million has been provided in the supplementary 2 budget that will cater for payment reflected in the expenditure status. As a result, the rent allocation of 67 million for teleposta towers and post annex offices will not be sufficient to cater for the arrears that we have of 67 million and annual requirement of 97 million. So we're actually mentioning the fact that we have a challenge with respect to monies arising from payment of rent. Then there's also the issue of development partner funded projects that require counterpart funding. One of them is maintenance and rehabilitation of last mile county connectivity, that there was a requirement of 117,600,000, but only an allocation of 57 million was provided. So we are saying for that particular case, the shortfall will affect clearance of project materials. Under maintenance and rehabilitation of North B, there was a requirement of 684 million, but only 104 is provided. This again also, we are saying that for this financial year, the requirement included Kenya shillings 530 million for deposit in the escrow account. Konza Data Center and the Smart City Facility under the year 2020-21, 200 million is required, but only 100 million was allocated. Again, we are saying the shortfall will affect project implementation. As we move to the Big Four agenda, the status of the Big Four projects. The ministry is implementing a number of ICT initiatives to facilitate the achievement of the universal health coverage, and in line with the e-health strategy and the Kenya Vision 2030, whose vision is to develop an efficient, accessible, equitable, secure, and consumer-friendly health services enabled by ICT. The key objective is to provide seamless ICT network connectivity to all the 369 health facilities in level 4, 5, and 6 categories by the year 2021 through to 2022. So this will be provided through connectivity to all hospitals, modernization of local area network, and also installation of IP telephony to this institution. The ministry has awarded 20 tenders worth 384,722,000, and most of the contractors are already on site. The detail of the tenders awarded are attached in Annex 6. So for ease of reference, you can refer to Annex 6 and actually look at the various hospitals that the contracts have still been awarded. Then, as we still continue on the issue of status of the Big Four projects, status of ICT infrastructure under Big Four, one of them, another one is also the Konza Data Center. The government is implementing Konza Data Center as part of accelerating the Big Four projects. This infrastructure will play host of universal healthcare related applications and databases, as well as in the agricultural and in housing applications, amongst others. So we are coming up with a data center that is actually going to help in the repository of information that will be arising from the digitization of government. The ministry will implement the following components that will ensure that Konza Data Center is put into.
Mtazamaji, bila shaka ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka kwenye bunge, ambapo ni Wizara ya Teknolojia ya Habari na Mawasiliano ikiongozwa na katibu kwenye wizara hiyo Jerome Ochieng, wakiwasilisha bajeti kwenye kamati ya teknolojia ya habari na mawasiliano na vilevile ubunifu kwenye bunge la kitaifa. Toka napata ufasaha wa taarifa hiyo hapo baadaye. Naona muda wangu umeshayoyoma kwa sekunde 30. Neno lako la mwisho Oku Kaunya kuhusiana na hali halisi kwenye janga la corona hapa nchini.
Ningependa kusema kwanza nataka kushukuru wizara ambayo inahusika ya afya. Wamejaribu kuweka mikakati kupambana na hili janga, lakini kuna sehemu fulani ambayo hatua haijachukuliwa ambayo inafaa, hasa eneo za boda, mahali kama Malaba, mahali kama Busia, eneo hizo. Bado kuna hatari kubwa ambayo inatokana na wale truck drivers ambayo wanatoka Mombasa wakisafirisha vitu kupitia Malaba. Kwa mfano wale wawili peke yake Busia County wamepatikana so far. Wale wawili ni truck drivers. Na kule Uganda wanapofika wanaangaliwa kabisa. Wamepatikana zaidi ya truck drivers 10 wakiwa positive. Hiyo hawa truck drivers kwa sababu wanachukua muda mrefu hapo kwa boda kama Malaba, wana hata hatari ya kuangamiza wananchi wenye wako hapo. Hakuna hatua ya kupeana barakoa na pia hatua ya kuhakikisha hawa driver wanapimwa.
Na bila shaka ni tutakuwa na mahojiano mengine, muda umetupa kisogo. Mtazamaji, ni Oku Kaunya, mbunge wa Teso Kaskazini, akizungumzia hali halisi kuhusu janga la corona na vile vile janga la mafuriko. Naitwa Timothy Kipnusu, kwa sababu ya muda hatutaendelea. Mfasiri wa lugha ya ishara amekuwa Lucy Maura. Usikani kwa sasa na wacha kwake mwenzangu Bentro Injo ya kufahamisha yanayojiri kote nchini na ugaibuni. Kwaheri.
Hello viewers, my name is Pastor Fanuel Lipapu Opisa. I'm pastoring Outreach Hope Church, Huruma. We are based along Juja Road, opposite Moi Air Base. and I bring you greetings in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Before we pray, I would like us to get into a scripture of the day and share on what God expects us to be doing and to be behaving at this moment. And I'm reading from the Bible in Gospel according to Matthew, chapter number 25 and verse number 34 and up to 35. The Bible says, "Then the king would say to those on his right, 'Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me.'" Brothers and sisters, my fellow Kenyans, I come to you in this day to share with us from the scripture which I've read to us, and particularly I will dwell on verse number 35 and 36 at the moment that we are living today. We are living at a hard moment, a time that we are facing the pandemic that has affected the entire world. And God is calling us to stand with each other. I want to reiterate the words of our beloved President when he said, this is a moment we need to stand with each other. We are living in communities, and in the communities that we are coming from, because of the pandemic that has affected it, we are having people that are closer to us in our neighborhood, in our community, in our society that we are coming from who are sick. There are those who are hungry. There are those who are lacking food. There are those who are lacking what they can be able to put into their mouths at such a moment as this because of the effects of the pandemic. There are many who have lost jobs. There are many who have lost their businesses that are not doing well. They are lying at home. And this is the moment that the Lord is calling for each one of us to rise up to the occasion and be able to stand with these people. You